date. this side.
I don't, yeah. Wrong direction. All right, thank you.
This is a statement for conscience.
So I have
Okay.
so I don't have access to, I put everything on my desktop in case I need to look.
We're good.
And,
Oh, old school. This is David? You went to the bathroom. So we can't do anything about that. You want to plug?
Was gonna quite pull the shirt out for you.
I'll take what I can get.
Yeah.
we do have a guest, man behind the curtain tonight, so if things get clunky, I'll take the heat. Kyle's back there somewhere. David, I'll read the preamble. How's that? And then-
Okay.
So, good evening. Welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair, and tonight Mr. Timmerman is serving. The chair will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After the questions are closed, the chair will ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and also 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves and provide their address. Comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking a formal action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond to any questions or comments. I wanted to wish you all Happy New Year. Mr. Zemer's not here tonight due to another commitment. Mr. Gastinger is no longer on the board, so I'll just throw in my advertisement for, we are looking for a landscape architect to fill his seat. And Mr. Timmerman, you even have a little hammer tonight if you want to use it.
Okay. May come in handy. Thank you, Jeff. I believe the first item on the list tonight is the consent agenda.
Matters to the public.
Matters from
Or,
the
I'm
public.
sorry.
Yeah.
Any concerns or matters from the public? Anybody online with us? Anyone in the seats here in the conference? Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to the consent agenda. Any concerns, issues from, or regarding the consent agenda? Anybody on the board?
And just to be clear, a motion to approve the consent agenda. You see, we don't have the meeting minutes, so that's been crossed, but in approving these COA requests on the consent agenda is accepting staff's recommendation, a motion for approval. So,
Do I hear a motion?
I move that we accept the consent agenda.
Second?
Everyone approve?
Yes. Yes.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. So moving on to the new items.
just here. So the next item is a COA request. Oh, by the way, just want to point out, you'll notice that the BAR number at the top is different from what we've used for the last 20-some years. We are now instead of a number that said year 25, month 01, item 01, we're using the number that when a project is entered into our application system. So if you've noticed that. So this is a COA request for a demolition of a contributing structure within the corner ADC district. 144 Chancellor Street is it's a single-story framed structure. Appears to have been built sometime between around 1905, 1906. It was constructed as a schoolhouse and was known as Howison Schoolhouse and also as the Little Red Schoolhouse. There was a woman who shows up in the census and other records, she was a teacher there, Ms. Howison. By 1920, the building is identified as vacant on the Sanborn maps, and then after that, into the 1970s, we know served, it was owned by several people, but was primarily used as a residential unit that was rented. In 1979, the adjacent sorority, and who currently owns it, they acquired the property, and it's most recently been used for storage. There are, for the city's historical survey, the structure was renovated, remodeled in 1977, 1978, and in 86. We don't know the extent of those alterations. This came to you all, came to the BAR back in 2013. There was a similar request for demolition. That was denied on a 7-0 vote, and as a subsequent appeal to council, and council upheld the BAR's decision. Kevin Blair is here tonight representing the sorority, and I believe that the member of the engineering firm is here to answer any questions. When we went through this, sorry for the us, but when we reviewed this, we apply the criteria for review that's in our ordinance. And when you check those boxes, this structure is contributing, identified as contributing in the ADC district, the local district, which is why you have purview over its demolition. It's also contributing within the National Register Historic District, which is separate. While the building is not unique in construction or represents the work of a master builder or a master architect, it is unique within this context of this district. As best we could determine, early in the universities in 20th century, you had a lot of professors in boarding houses and going into the residential units here. This appears to have been a school constructed for the children of people associated with the university. I'm not aware of any other framed single-story schoolhouses in the city. And going through the criteria, the fact that we did visit the site, some of you on BAR were with us, it's not falling over. There are certainly some concerns about it, but it is not, I'm not qualified to say yes or no, but it did not appear to be in imminent danger. And so with that, your responsibility, the BAR's responsibility is to protect the resource. And so I could not recommend approving the request for demolition. So with that, Kevin is here, and I hand it off to you, Kevin. You can.
Could we ask a question of staff?
Sure.
Do you think this is an instance of demolition by neglect? And I wondered, you probably know, I can ask the applicant, has there been any work done since the 2010 engineering study that we got a copy of that was presented to this board in 2013?
Structurally, I didn't, I mean, I can't answer that. I know that the roof, I mean, the building is maintained, I guess at least, as good as you would expect. It has the roof is functioning, the gutters is functioning. It's in rough shape. My understanding is that, and this is another in the evaluation is that as it is currently, it doesn't serve the use of the owner. What's proposed, an alternative, I didn't get into that, but as it is now, it doesn't serve their use, and repairing it wouldn't make that any more usable. So
So you don't know whether there's been any work that's been done that was cited in the 2010? Maybe the
Yeah,
applicant can answer.
And right before your presentation, I just want to make a quick aside. For all of those in the audience, if your project was on the consent agenda, like for instance, 606 Lions Court, you've been approved. So I just want to make sure that you understand that.
You might want to read them all down.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, in fact, yeah,
the other-
614 Park Street, so Carrie and Kevin, I saw her here, that's been approved.
Oh, got it.
499 West Main Street, which was the rooftop addition, that was approved, the rooftop bathroom. Then 500 Park Street, which was the playground fence at First Pres, approved. And then 321 East Main, which is the installation of a door at that side entrance. And I'll also just, in saying that, because moving forward, but also on these, there's a lot that Mr. Schwartz has raised about the zoning ordinance and how it applies to certain things. I've been letting applicants know that an approval doesn't grant them, it doesn't supersede any zoning. So for example, that door on the 4th Street entrance to 321 East Main, if there are issues relative, for example, does it require panic hardware, or does it have to have a certain swing? Those are building code issues, and they'd be resolved when they come in for a building permit. So, all right, sorry, thank you though.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Blair, take it away.
Yeah. Kevin Blair, 4796 Richmond Road, Keswick, address. Good evening. I'm here to represent my clients and owners of the subject building located at 144 Chancellor Street. Since the 1979 purchase of the entire property, including the adjacent former hotel and our main sorority house, by Delta Zeta National Housing Corporation, this building has really never served any specific purpose other than occasional storage and a light source for our rear parking lot. There is a tendency by the interpretation of some that the building makes an esoteric contribution to the area's collective architecture. We believe, however, this should not be the sole consideration in determining its continued existence. Admittedly, the building does have some architectural characteristics which are common for a structure of its age and time, circa 1905. But due to the following, its accessibility, location amid large housing buildings, limited square footage, rudimentary earthen basement, and antiquated systems, it no longer serves the needs of our sorority, the surrounding student housing population, or the university neighborhood community. In short, at no fault of its own, it has unfortunately become an abandoned residential structure isolated within a commercial and university-developed district. The previously projected cost estimate in 2013 to bring the building systems into compliance with current technology, efficiency, and structural soundness was estimated approximately $625,000, which would be considerably more factoring today's costs. These costs far exceed our value of the building in its current form and functionality. As noted in the present and former structural reports and applications, the building has been deemed unsafe and is currently uninhabitable. We no longer have an intended use for the structure and are respectfully asking for your understanding and consideration to allow its safe demolition and removal. We thank you for your time and effort regarding this matter placed before you. So if I could address your question,
Sure.
nothing to our knowledge except for a roof has been done. An asphalt shingle roof has been put on the building some time back, maybe 14 years ago.
And you've reviewed the Martin Quarles, the Martin Quarles report from 2010?
Yes, all the history.
And, it looks like the same conditions are there now.
Yes,
But we're
I-
15 years later.
I would like to have Mr. Robert Crumpin from Dunbar Structural. He can speak as to current degradation in the structural. Aspects of the building.
No doubt with me that there's
Yeah.
degradation, but
Right.
are you trying to demolish this by neglect is my question. That report is 15 years old. And if you're telling me you've done no work on that Boeing, brick foundation wall, if you've done nothing at all in this earthen foundation, as you say, and other structural issues that you're citing, that actually works against your application for demolition here.
Right, but our
But you
use of
can't
the-
just let a building fall down and then say, it's fallen down, please approve the demolition of it. We have a duty, especially with a historic building, to maintain things. So you're saying that the roof is the only thing you've done in 15 years?
Our use of the structure wouldn't warrant the cost and expense of those repairs to the building. It was part of the property
Okay.
when we originally bought it, and it was never of any use to us.
And the $625,000 amount you said that was from 2013, the last time you were here. Can you tell us who came up with that cost? I saw,
It was some architects,
it was
Dilkman, who was it?
Daglish, Gilpin, and
Yeah,
Um,
correct.
And I thought that report, and I'm sorry I can't find it, had an amount of 275 to 325, but
Later on, I believe in
I
that
don't
was
need to.
was a cumulative cost for all of the systems to be upgraded in the building. It has to be taken back to the studs, pretty much. Gutted, be another word.
thank you, I know what to the studs means. I see, I see, the total amount to fully rehabilitate the building would be 620, or excess of 625. But the structural rehab part is in excess of 350, is what this report said.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
great, okay. Just wanted to,
Any other questions, Sherry?
no, thank you.
Okay, well, we'll step back for just a second and see if there are any questions from the public.
If possible, Mr. Crumpin has come, and he would like to share his time about what his comparison between the findings
Absolutely.
recently and in 2013 and before.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Robert Crumpin. I live at 1314 Poplar, and I work for Dunbar Structural Engineering. The 2010 structural inspection report was done also by Dunbar. We used to be called DMWPV. And the bar documentation was excellent, because then that allowed me to dumpster dive through our files and was able to pull up the 2010 photographs and compare them with our 2024 photographs. So one of the things I was able to determine was the front stoop in that 15-year time frame has dropped about an inch. And I think that kind of reinforces our previous concerns, both in the 2010 report and 2024 report, is that unreinforced masonry wall is bowing out, and we also think it's shifting. It's confirmed, it's also reiterating the southeast masonry pier. In the 2010 report, it has a tight gap between the CMU and fill that was probably done later.
Saw that photo, yeah.
And then the 2024 report shows about a half-inch gap. So we do believe that the western masonry wall is failing, and it's in pretty bad shape. But we also think the building is probably, as a result of the lateral pushing, it's sinking and then shifting slightly to the east. So there's definitely some movement going on associated with the building in that 14, 15-year time frame. So that was interesting for us to kind of be able to do a comparison contrast to say, these issues aren't, from 100 years. These are two data points for us to do a comparison to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the public? Any questions online? Hands raised. Then we'll open it up to the board. Any questions from the board?
Mr. Zimmerman, I know that Mr. Zemer had circulated some comments, and if they don't necessarily have to be read into the record, but if there are any things necessary to highlight, that might be helpful.
Okay. I don't see any questions here, and if anybody else, if no one else has questions, we'll just move on to the comments.
Actually, I have one question for, for the engineer, I guess. Everything above the foundation is sill plate up. What's the condition of that?
So for the wood frame part of the structure, there are some localized damage, dry rot, things of that nature. So there are some areas, especially at the connections with the masonry piers, there are a few damage. A fair amount of the floor system looks in pretty good shape. The stud walls, I think probably the sill plates are probably damaged in localized areas. So it did kind of appear that there probably is some localized damage to the wood structure. The major probably cost implication to the whole thing, or the major structural implication, is really the foundation.
So, I mean, the sill plate, typical of a house, turn of the century.
Yep, yes, exactly.
I have one additional question. When you were looking at this, were there any alternate solutions you began to think about as far as how to alleviate the structural situation with the foundation?
So the biggest challenge is that the wall is failed to an extent that, like, I can't easily reinforce it in situ. So in order to do a competent repair, you really almost have to dig out that wall and install a more modern foundation in it, like a concrete or CMU retaining wall, in order to make it stable.
And this is the front wall you're referring
It's
to?
it's the front west wall, so it's where the stoop sat and everything. That's the most damaged. The northern part of the structure looks a little bit better,
Mhm.
but there are some shifts on that. But it definitely looks like the southern part is experiencing the most movement and has the most issues associated with it.
Mhm. The southern wall being the rear wall?
Well, the southern
No.
side of the building, so
Side.
it's the southwestern wall. It's the western wall on closer to the south side.
Right.
And the pier, one of my photos, that's the southeastern side. So those are the two that are showing the most degradation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question. When was the roof replaced?
I believe it's about 12 or 13 years ago.
Okay, so after the first structural review or the structural assessment?
I think so.
Okay.
Less than 13 years ago.
Any other questions? And we'll open it up to the board. And I'll start with Mr. Zemer's comments. As Jeff just pointed out, Mr. Zemer was unable to attend today, but he did send some comments around, and I feel obliged to read those out for record. He begins with, I visited the site with Jeff, Kate Richardson, David, and Kate Taveney. The owner's rep kindly showed us all around the building, including the crawl basement space. Second point was, I agree there are areas of structural concern. However, this property is not beyond repair. His third point is the recommendation in the structural engineer's report to rebuild the brick foundation wall is a good recommendation. However, it is not the only solution. If cost is a concern, some simple 2x pressure-treated lumber could be used to construct bracing to stabilize this wall and prevent further movement. His fourth point says the sentiment that the CMU infill needs to be connected to the sill plate is incorrect. The brick piers are holding up the building. The CMU infill is just that, it's infill. And although our purview is typically limited to the exterior of the building, I think that when a COA for demolition is submitted, the owner has invited the BR into the building, then it is worth noting that the interiors still retain much of their original finishes, including doors, wainscot, fireplace mantle, window trim, plaster, and wood floors. This helps argue for preservation of the building. The original wood siding is still extant underneath the later, he says vinyl, but I believe it's a metal siding. And finally, he says, I would not be able to support approval of the COA. The applicant is pursuing demolition by neglect, and we cannot support or reward this approach to the maintenance of the contributing buildings in a historic district. So that's James, those are all James, Mr. Zemer's points. And I'll open it up to everyone else now.
I'll just start. So Mr. Blair notes that he wants us to focus on, if I can summarize, I'm trying to do my best, thank you for giving us a written copy of your comments, Jen. He basically wants for the board to look at sort of other factors, including, recognizing that it's an older building, but he'd like for us to look at factors such as the accessibility of the building, its location, and currently amid a lot of larger housing buildings. I'm sure not just on Chancellor, but he also is probably referring to across the tracks and nearby. Limited square footage of the building, the earthen basement and antiquated systems, the fact that it no longer serves the needs of the owner, who's been the owner since 1979. And anyway, the surrounding student housing population, I'm not sure that, anyway. And cites that it's basically an abandoned residential structure in a commercial university, a district that's become developed around it, if I can summarize. And of course, he cites the cost, which we don't disagree. I don't see that either in 2013 or this year, where we've had a contractor put numbers on that. These are guesses, but they're guesses by qualified engineers who are, in the business of knowing. So we have to assume that the numbers are, we didn't get any numbers this time, but the ones cited by the architect firm last time would be, that plus inflation and add 12 or 15 years. But cost is not one of the factors that we consider either. So I wanted just for the applicant's information and for the public's information, because this is what we have to base our decision on. It's not arbitrary. We're beholden to look at the guidelines for demolition, and they're cited in Chapter 34. And I'm citing to the old code because we don't have references. The new one has not been actually codified. I even looked today in Muni Code. You still have to go to a PDF.
Yes,
So the old reference is the zoning section 34, and it's section 5.2.71B. Factors we are supposed to consider are the historic, architectural, cultural significance, if any, of the structure or property, including without limitation, the age or structure of the property, this is 1905, whether it has been designated nationally or statewide. This building is a contributing structure in this, the Rugby Road University Corner Historic District. And it's noted on the National Register listing, whether, the third factor, whether to what extent the building or structure is associated with a historic person, architect, master craftsman, historic event, we don't know of any. Whether the building or structure or any of the features represents an infrequent or first or last remaining example within the city of a particular architectural style or feature. Staff notes that the building is a very unusual building type, in that we probably don't have any other one-story school buildings that are existent, wood school buildings that are existent at all in the city anymore. So it might be the last remaining example of that type of building. The fifth factor, whether the building or structures of such old or distinctive design, texture, or material that it could not be reproduced and could only be reproduced with great difficulty. And nobody, I think, thinks that this building could be reproduced because of the antiquated features of it. You could reproduce it with new materials and it might look a little bit alike, but it certainly won't turn out to be the same building. The degree to which distinguishing characteristics, qualities, features, or materials remain And it's been noted that a lot of them do remain. In fact, because so little has been done by these owners who have owned it for 45 years, it is very much like it was when they acquired it, and probably was like it was for a good time before then. Going on, other factors we consider: whether and to what extent a contributing the structure is linked historically or aesthetically to other buildings or structures within the district, or is one of a group of properties. It's been noted by staff that this is linked with the history of the university and just this area being a residential district and a residential place for staff and other people that were associated with the university and might have schooled their children. Overall condition and structural integrity of the building, as indicated by studies prepared by an engineer, which we have. And thank you, Dunbar. The Dunbar report of 2010 is attached, and of course we have the more recent one. Whether to what extent the applicant proposes means, methods, or plans for moving, removing, or demolishing the property that preserves portions, features, or materials that are significant to the property's historic, architectural, or cultural value. And what the applicant has proposed is to raise it entirely, maintaining none of those elements, and any other applicable provisions of our design guidelines. So we're bound by that. And it's not, a lot of those may be subjective, a lot of them are easier to answer, but those are how we consider this question. I wish that this sorority would make use of this building, would come back to us with a partial demolition, and would use some of the space. And I don't know, we don't do zoning here, except for Carl, but would use some of the space in the remaining parcel, and there's a little bit of space in the back, it slopes down, to add on to this building and bring it new life, and certainly bring it a new purpose for the sorority. I can't approve demolition in whole here. And I am troubled that this owner has owned the building since 1979 and may have replaced a roof and may have not done anything else in 45 years to a building that really is quite unique in the city of Charlottesville. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis.
Just a minute, if I can just, to add to what Ms. Lewis was saying, the guidelines, the design guidelines for demolitions refer to the old code section, which has been superseded by 5.2.7, et cetera, et cetera. So
Right.
in the staff report is the criteria for review and decision related to demolitions from the current ordinance, and then under that are the guidelines from the ADC district design guidelines, and that's where that reference is to the old code. So I've included both in there. Both are very similar, but there shouldn't be any. There's no code conflict with the past and present.
Thanks for pointing that out, Mr. Werner. And thanks again, Ms. Lewis. I think it's important to draw a distinction between the idea of an individual's purpose for a building, or just a more generic purpose for a building, and what our intentions are here. So I hope that helps clarify some of that issue. I'll just follow, since we're reading some from guidelines, I'll follow your comments, because I feel like there's with all that good information, I'd like to augment a certain perspective. And I'll start with just reading the introduction to the ADC district design guidelines that Jeff has inserted in our document. And in the introduction, just really quite broadly, it stated that historic buildings are irreplaceable community assets, and once they are gone, they're gone forever. With each successive demolition or removal, the integrity of a historic district is further eroded. Therefore, the demolition or moving of any contributing building in a historic district should be considered carefully. And I think that's especially significant in this particular case, My feeling is that when when I arrived on the site, and I really appreciate the time you spent with us, walking us through. I appreciate the structural report. I appreciate the words that that you said earlier, and your presentation. All of it was very respectful, and it makes a lot of sense to all of us. But when I arrived on the site, the first thing I noticed was just the building itself, and how, apart from the structural, which is obvious, the structural issues, how well intact it is. You know, even with the siding that's on it, you can almost feel the history of it just in the form of the building. You could almost very easily imagine it in the way it used to be. But then I looked around, and I looked up the street and down the street, and what I realized is that it's on a street that's that has a very consistent fabric. It hasn't been interrupted, unlike a lot of the areas surrounding the university. And that was really significant to me. You know, the idea of not only the building being in reach, you know, a historic building being within reach, but also the continuity of the street. And when you walk down the street, it's a great experience. You know, you're not walking on a street like, for instance, Wortland, where it's pockmarked with new developments that are out of scale and sort of out of range of the sort of historic district that it embodies. So I would add to Ms. Lewis's comments that I think an important thing to consider here is its location within the greater context of the street. I think that's a really important thing to consider, and it's an important asset in our community. And these are the kinds of things that we're all impassioned to try to protect, or at least try to uphold. Everybody on the board, has that mission, whether they agree with this particular situation or not. And then the last thing that I'll say is that I agree with Mr. Ziemer's recommendations regarding the structural. In my just humble review, while it's clear that there's a serious structural issue, I wonder if there isn't a more creative approach. And just like, for instance, the thought that went through my head when I was in the crawl space is, it's clear that front retaining wall is failing, and it's clear why. It's a brick wall, and it's retaining soils that have been left exposed. I don't know if there was a tree there at one point in the front yard, but something's changed. And as you mentioned, there's been a significant tilting of it, even in the last 10 years. But I always like to kind of think, are there other ways of dealing with this kind of situation? And, is there, for instance, a solution for infilling, part of the crawl space, so to sort of encase that foundation wall? So as a way, and I'm just using this as an example of creative solutions. Is there a way to encase that wall so that you relieve yourself of the expense of jacking the building up? Presumably is what your assertion would be, and putting a whole new wall in. So I feel like, given the fact that the building is so well intact, and given that the structure is not beyond repair, and I suspect there are creative ways of dealing with it, I, with Ms. Lewis, wouldn't be willing to approve the demolition. I think it's an important part of the fabric of the community around the university.
I'll just add that I agree with what my colleagues are saying. I do feel for you guys. Unfortunately, I think you need to go through the process of, it sounds like we're going to deny this. I could be speaking for the rest of the board members, but it's our duty on this board is to not let you demolish it. Unfortunately, I think you're right that it probably is served its use in the neighborhood. So you take it to council, you appeal it. If they deny you guys, you put it on the market for a year, and then if no one buys it, you tear it down. Ideally, what would happen is some, I don't know, student group or somebody sees it as a community space or something, sees the value in it as a historic school building. That would be the dream. So we can hope that happens. And I think we need to allow that process to actually take place. Fortunately, with our updated zoning code, there's no minimum lot size. So you guys can sever your lot and sell this portion if you wanted to. Yeah, I mean, that's, I think unfortunately, probably should have gone through that process back in 2013. But here we are today, so, yeah, unfortunately, I think you just need to go right out the process of seeing if somebody can buy it, somebody else can take care of it.
Yeah, I think the fact that this is a contributing structure, according to VDHR, and what we're hearing from people that have seen it and from the report, everything from the sill plate up is in decent shape. I think the bar for demolition would have to be much higher than that. I mean, I think, you mentioned our duty, but I think we do need to protect buildings like this.
Make a motion?
Somebody like to make a motion?
Prior to making a motion, I just want to offer that, Mr. Blair and I have talked about this quite a bit, and I was, I think, very candid with him that exactly as Mr. Schwartz just articulated, that the BAR's responsibility, and I certainly think I expressed that in the staff report, the BAR's responsibility is the historic resource. There is a process of appeal. Has to occur within 10 business days of your action by my math, unless there's a holiday in there. That would be February 5th. The practice has been that an appeal is presented in writing. It's not a hold to come and have a discussion later, that the appellant has to make the case of the grounds for the appeal, and including anything where the BAR may have misapplied the standards. There is a $100 fee for an appeal of the BAR decision. And it is at the city council, and this came up earlier at the pre-meeting. I've only had to deal with a handful of appeals, so they're not common. But very much as Mr. Schwartz said, it is part of the process. And I think too often in the appeals that I've dealt with, it's been viewed as a rebuke of the BAR, or, prove the BAR wrong. I really encourage everyone out there that the BAR is doing its job, and the process allows council then to review it. And in that, the ordinance is clear that council may consider any additional information, factors, or opinions they deem relevant to the application. So whereas you are constrained by the guidelines and what's the criteria in the ordinance, council can consider other things. They can consider costs. So again, that's what the process was designed for. They are the elected officials. We all work for them essentially. So it's just want to be clear that it's going to council. The applicant has an opportunity to make their case. It's not necessarily the BAR's, bad or terrible. There's opportunity for a valid statement. So,
I would say just the opposite. I think it's just, unless anybody agrees to tear it down, I think what it shows is that we feel pretty strongly about the, significance of the building. And we're not trying to be up on a soapbox or anything, but maybe counter to what Mr. Schwartz is saying, there is an option, and I don't know how feasible it is, but in creative thinking, my hope would be is for the sorority to find a purpose. You say there's no purpose for it, but often with buildings, spaces, structures, it's not so much just having the purpose, it's kind of finding it. So there may be an opportunity there, but that's what our hope would be.
No, just somebody finds a purpose for it.
Yeah.
I mean,
somebody.
if not the sorority, hopefully there's some organization that would find a use for the building.
And one last clarification before you make a motion, and anticipating that it might go to council, I just want to make sure I'm on the record with some critical things. We've referred a couple times to a contributing structure. You all have purview over locally designated historic districts, locally designated properties. And per our code, anything that is considered, it is a contributing structure, locally designated as a contributing structure, you all have purview over the demolition review. So for example, even though this is in a district, if it were not contributing to the local district, then you would not review that demolition. Second piece of that is, in the review criteria for demolitions, we refer to contributing structure into the state and national register districts. So the Virginia Landmarks Register and the National Register of Historic Places, of which this property, this school is a contributing structure to that National Register district. So that's not what causes you to have the purview over the demolition, but it is part of the consideration. It's state and national significance. So just want to be clear on that definition of the word contributing.
Thank you,
With that,
Mr. Werner.
it's yours.
I'll make a motion. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the EDC district design guidelines, I move to find that the proposed demolition of 144 Chancellor Street does not satisfy or the BR's criteria and guidelines, and is not compatible with this property and other properties in the downtown ADC district. And for
I'm sorry, you can amend that. It's not downtown.
the
Rugby Road.
Rugby
Corner.
Road ADC
No, this
district.
is the corner.
Corner district, excuse me. So the corner district, not downtown or Rugby. For the reasons of the simple reason of the cultural significance of the historic building and the street in which it is located on, the BR denies the application as submitted.
Second, I'd also like to add that another factor is its relatively extant condition. Pretty much the condition it might have been in for 100 years. And although there are, opinions may differ about structural things that need to be done with it, repairs that need to be done, it is an extant example of this vernacular period. It is what it is, pretty much unaltered from, for 110 some years.
We'll take a vote. Ms. Tabney?
Yes.
And you're seconded.
I did second.
She's second.
Yeah.
Mr. Schwartz?
You were good with the amendment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, good with the amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
And was that amendment
Well,
concise enough to be?
We were asked by staff to give reasons
Right.
upon which.
No, I understand.
Upon which council can look at our decision and to explain it instead of it just being a mere motion. So I was adding another factor. And I think if we could stop voting, and once a motion's made and a second's made, we're supposed to have discussion. More people here could cite reasons why you would vote in favor or against this motion at this point.
Well, you also made
And
an
that-
amendment
I was
to.
going to try to start that conversation.
Okay.
I wasn't intending to amend it.
Oh,
I was saying personally that was a reason, an additional reason that,
You were adding the reasons
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
than my first reason, which
Right.
was it's just
Which-
simple, it's cultural significance.
and I said it's in
Yeah. but I-
debatably good, but last remaining example shape.
Right, but I think that's a good idea. Are there any other additional?
Only because we're sitting here thinking that this is going to be appealed, and staff has asked us to provide reasons in the report. He's asked us to give reasons for the basis of our decision. There are people who haven't spoken about this matter yet. If we're anticipating that the applicant is going to appeal, as has been mentioned 4 different times now, it might be a good idea for others to say why they might support this motion.
I'll open that up to Mr. Rosenthal. I mean,
I agree with my colleagues.
Mr. Burrell?
Yeah, I've already spoken. I think Ms. Lewis's point is well taken, that it is not beyond repair.
Mr. Bailey, anything to add?
I think this is a cautionary tale for people who own property in a historic district.
Okay, so as a proper protocol, do we need to reiterate, or are we?
I just, it seemed like, I thought that was meant to be an addition to your motion.
Sorry, it was not, and I should have said I
But
didn't mean
shouldn't
to
it be?
amend. I just wanted to articulate, just for the record, another reason. I mean, I think there are others, we've discussed and staff has discussed the fact that this is a contributing, I mean, that's a probative and important part of my decision, and I'll add that to the list, just because we want to get these things out in front of councils. They're not going to necessarily read through the minutes, but they're going to read the motion and
Right,
what.
that's why
Yeah, yeah.
would you like to?
So-
That's why I thought you were adding to the motion.
I guess I was.
Okay.
I mean,
I think we can call
effectively, I
that-
was trying to, you're
we can
right.
call that
Okay.
a second
So,
point.
Yeah.
and you accepted the amendment?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's, now we
Thank you,
should
Carl.
vote.
Keep us in order.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
you're
should
good.
never have opened my mouth. I'm
No,
so
you're
sorry.
good.
Well, let's start over then. Ms. Tapney, do you vote?
Yes.
And Mr. Schwartz?
Yes,
Mr. Bailey?
Present.
This,
that's an
What
abstention,
was-
right?
Was that abstaining?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Burrell?
Yes.
Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes.
And I too vote yes.
Talk more about next steps. Lay that all out and get that squared away.
Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to item number 2.
Yeah, let me find it.
Park Street.
I lost my agenda.
Oh.
Ms. Richardson, which one is next?
745 Park.
Yeah.
Here it is. Mr. Riddle. All right, thank you all. Patience on that one and being clear on the motion.
Mr. Warner, can we just review when public comments happen? Because there were several times where people were raising their hands online, but it was during a time that was not open for public comment. So I just want to review that with
Oh, boy.
people who are listening in.
Are there,
Not now.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying that there's an appropriate time for public comment and they had missed that window. I just wanna-
thank you. Yeah, it's, so the next up is a COA request for 745 Park Street. This is for the addition and alterations to an existing structure. You all reviewed this in a pre-app discussion in December. The existing house is a brick, story and a half, Rambler, I would call, and it is within the North Downtown ADC district. It is considered contributing, and it is also listed on the National Register district. Caveat that, in November 2021, the BAR did approve a request, a COA, to raise the house. The period of validity for that has since expired, but I think it is, and this was discussed in December, it's still worthwhile to acknowledge that the BAR had allowed the existing brick house to be raised. And that's where we had, in the preliminary discussion, there was some talk of, is this an addition to to a historic structure, or is this should be treated as new? What was the best way to sort of approach this? We have some of the comments here on, I don't think anything definitive was determined, but some of the comments are listed on the staff report. So this is before you now for a decision. You also have, when an application comes to the BAR, you have essentially two consecutive meetings to take a formal action. You can approve something, deny something, approve with conditions, or you can defer something. An applicant can also request a deferral. If they do, then that gets carried over. They bring it back when they're ready. If you all defer something, it would come back the next month, and then you're obligated to make an up or down vote on that. The request is to remove the gable of the existing house and the roof and that upper story, and to reconstruct a second-story addition on top of that. I was honestly not certain how to approach this one. It's a bit of a unique application. And I think that in my view, it is essentially a new building, and the measure is, we welcome new design, we welcome innovative design. There's nothing wrong with, not everything has to be red brick and white trim in Charlottesville, but the bar is essentially, does this fit? Does it complement? Is it appropriate within this historic district? And I apologize for not being able to offer a recommendation. I just really am up in the air on this one, so I defer to you all to have a conversation about it. And certainly, I know Mr. Riddle's here, and I can answer any questions if you have any.
Mr. Warner, is the question, are we trying to decide if it is an addition or a new construction?
I'll go back to something Tim Moore, who'd been on the BAR for a long time, and I guess I should bring this up more often, but he often said that before you even discuss a project, the BAR should decide what's the preservation approach, what's the objective of the project. And I think this will also come up later when we talk about 300 Ridge Street. Like what is it, as we look at this site and this request, what is it around it that we want to take into consideration in evaluating this? And that's where, if you look at it as an addition by the guidelines says, respect the existing structure, don't overwhelm it, be subordinate to it, be clearly an addition. Something like this, that's a little bit tricky. Whereas new construction, the primary goal is design compatibility with the surrounding districts. So to me, viewing it in that context makes this simpler. But I know Mr. Zemer had some differing thoughts on that the last time. But I think trying to make this an addition onto that single-story brick structure that they had been allowed to raise, I think that complicates things unnecessarily.
Perhaps we should ask the architect present to come up if you'd like to make some comments about that, or more general comments about the project.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My wife Karen and I are obviously looking to make changes to our house. I think as far as we're concerned, we don't really mind how the board decides to interpret this, whether it's an addition or it's a new structure. Obviously, it's depending partly on the existing structure, but as Jeff mentioned, that structure was approved for demolition unanimously several years ago, and I think in large part because we realized that its history is not remarkable. It's been a solid little house for sure, but there are hundreds of others like it in town. It's not distinctive. There's no special history attached to it. And so I guess as far as we're concerned, we don't see an issue with adding to the top of it and somehow overwhelming the house as it exists now. And I don't think I have that much more to add. I mean, you guys saw this last month. I think all of you reviewed it then. And the changes that we've made since then, there are virtually no changes. And I think the documents explain it fairly well, but I'm glad to take further questions and comments.
Any questions from the public?
If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand and I'll let Mr. Timmerman know. Okay, no raised hands.
Okay, great. Questions from the board?
I gather you're not changing the footprint,
No.
but you are going to change the square footage by basically going to 2 stories.
Yeah, so the half story becomes a full story.
How would you argue that you responded to the comments, I guess, from the last time? What changes have you made?
I believe Mr. Gassinger had mentioned those little, I guess you almost call them little stub joists that are supporting a long step on the front. And he noticed that they seemed prominent with just a clear finish on them or something that matches the wood siding that we're proposing on part of the lower story. I did actually send an updated package. Oh, there we go. Actually, you see it there in that rendition. Those little joists now, we're proposing that they would be painted out a dark blue-gray color, like the rim joist behind it. So it's still a similar construction, but they just aren't as prominent. So that was one comment I responded to. I don't recall that there were any other critiques of significance, but maybe you guys can remind me if there were.
Why did you decide not to do the demo?
Just a change in direction. We did have a new house design back then, but it looked like it would be a bit daunting to go through with the full demolition and a rebuild.
Any other questions? Let's open it up to the board for comments.
Comments from public.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Any comments from the public?
I see no raised hands.
Okay, comments from the board?
Yeah, I want to commend you for keeping the house. I mean, from a sustainability standpoint, which is, in the comprehensive plan. So I think that, and also it's a contributing structure. I mean, I think, I'm glad that it's remaining. And I don't think it overpowers it. I think this is, because of the color, I think it's actually kind of a quiet solution.
As I think I said last time, I think the design fits very well, and it keeps the street contemporary, but yet it's one of the more interesting streets in our town because of various architectural styles, and I think this will add to it very nicely.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small structure, so as a contemporary addition to Park Street, like with the way that the dark metal on the roof and the fact that it is a very small structure, it's not going to stick out. I mean, it's going to recede pretty well. So I think that gave you some leeway to do some less traditional moves. So yeah, I'm ready to approve it.
I was supportive last time, and I still am. There are other contemporary homes. We'll have an application actually in a little while from another one on Park Street. Other contemporary homes in North Downtown. It is sustainable to retain that first floor and affordable, I'm sure, for the owners and project architect. I actually, I welcome it to the neighborhood. And I commend the owners and the architects for not engaging in false historicism or classicism and adding elements that would mimic other, I mean, you've got a bunch of Victorians in this row, but other buildings along Park and whatever their language architecturally may have been when they were constructed. I fully support this, and I regard it, just for comment purposes, I regard it as new construction, really. I mean, I don't think there are very many elements you're actually retaining except for the exterior wall. You're changing some apertures. It's almost like you're retaining a foundation and building up on it. So I don't really see it as an addition per se.
I'd like to just respond. I think Mr. Gastinger last time also made a mention about the starkness and the color, and I would agree with him. To me, it's a little, I find it calls attention to itself a bit, and it's a little not in keeping with the rest of the surroundings. It's not a matter of style. I think that a contemporary building can work on Park Street, but I'd like to encourage some more relationship, I guess, some more dialogue with the surroundings there, because I find it to be a little bit of a one-off. It sounds like I'm in the minority here, and I didn't speak up last time, but I think that's where a lot of the fun and the play can happen with, contemporary architecture. How, like, the more, there's layers of that and levels to that, how much it can kind of absorb what's surrounding it.
Yeah, I guess some of it depends on, someone's proclivities, like on Ferris Street.
Yeah.
I think Ed Ford's house and the bold
Yeah.
colors there, I
Yeah.
kind of love them. I like
Yeah.
that variation. And then our neighbors to the south, they put a pretty striking color on that 1880s house.
Mhm.
And I know it's not everybody loves it. I think it's great.
Yeah.
In that spirit, for me, the contrast here, it looks just fine. But I hear what you're saying.
I support the modern insertion into the Park Street landscape. I think it's great. I do, right now the elevations to me look a little bit cartoonish, and the adjacency of the black to white. I wonder if the detail of that, the existing brick to the metal siding, the new metal siding, I don't know how far you've developed that, but I think there could be, I think there's something nice about this sort of simplicity, and it's just a line right now, but is there gonna be more flashing and is that line gonna be expanded to be a bit of a thicker datum than what's shown in your images right now? That's my one comment. I also, I like the blue. I think the blue is great on your steel in the front porch, and just wondering if you could bring a little bit more of that playfulness into the fence, or the fence. I feel like is a little bit unresolved for me at the moment, and also the south facade feels very stark. And I know you're seeing that south facade coming up Park Street. That's the main view, and maybe there's a landscaping element or that you could bring to that to soften that kind of just black over white kind of box.
Yeah, that could be a challenge with the driveway right next to it there.
Mhm.
But yeah, I hear you.
Thanks.
Somebody like to make a motion?
Yeah.
We're all scrolling. You can scroll fastest.
All right, I'll do it.
All right.
Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the addition at 745 Park Street satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with the property and other properties in the North Downtown ADC district. And that the BAR approves the request.
May I, just one suggestion, and just sort of to be consistent with when we're altering what is a historic structure, is that photographs and documentation be provided for the BAR record of the existing. You don't have to, but that would keep us consistent with this being historic and being altered.
Sure.
Do
With
we
the
have that?
condition that the existing conditions are documented.
Sure.
Great. Let's take a vote.
Commentary.
second?
Do we want
Is it
to?
amendment or commentary?
Well, this is an amendment. This is a.
Sorry.
Should it be an amendment? Do we want to add any leeway for them to investigate a different paint color? It sounds like the applicant is kind of set on the white, but do we want to allow any leeway that if they change their minds? Similarly, for the as Kate had mentioned about the
Fence.
the fence railing, do we want to allow any leeway for any color changes on that?
Would you like
Which
some
staff would be
leeway?
able to,
I mean, I'd love leeway. At the same time, I don't have a problem with coming back, at least having it on a consent agenda if you
Could
guys
colors
wanted to.
be approved by staff?
well, that's what I'm getting at,
Yeah,
just
so-
let it go through Jeff.
So for the record, I take the credit and criticism for the blue next door. When those folks did all the work on it, remember it was covered in aluminum and they didn't know
Yeah.
what they were gonna find.
Right.
I said, well, let's look. And then they called and said, well, we're thinking white on white, and I almost cried on the phone. I said, that house does not want to be white. And Robert and I, we had some informal discussions with you all, but we approved that as I call an email approval. It warranted boldness, and we didn't require anything formal with that. It's been very successful. I really, one of my, successes that I look to. So in that regard, if Kevin came back and said, yeah, I want to paint this fluorescent orange or something, I would consult with you all if it were. So I'm very comfortable treating painting of buildings, even repainting of buildings, with an email okay. And if it crosses the line, and I usually do consult with you all if it comes close, and then a decision is made. So I don't think it would be necessary unless you all feel like this is a design component that you want retained. But otherwise, I would not worry about color change.
Never mind.
Second.
Okay, we'll take a vote. Ms. Tabany?
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Burrow?
Yes.
And Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes.
And I too vote yes.
Thanks very much.
Kevin, see you.
Next.
Next, 499 West Main Street.
No, it better be
No,
one.
I think it's 116.
Yeah.
Oh,
One-
really?
So,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, 116 West Jefferson.
Sorry.
yeah,
116
116,
West Jefferson Street.
so,
And Kyle, this would be that presentation, that first one. Thanks.
We're gonna have to do it further ends.
this is a COA request for 116 West Jefferson Street. This is a contributing structure within the downtown ADC district, North Downtown ADC district. And I apologized earlier, sometimes we miss in the motions when we're cutting and pasting. But so this is when North Downtown ADC district, this is about the rear porches on the back of the 1913 structure. There is to the back, the south of this, there's a 1980 structure that was obviously added on. This, the BAR, not you all, particularly has looked at this project several times the last couple of years, and most recently focus
Mr.
on
Warner, I
the,
think Ms. Richardson.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry, Kyle. Can we go back to
Oh.
my screen? We might use this later.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, though.
But most recently, the primary discussion was the reconstruction of the front porch, and a lot of thought went into that, and I still hope that occurs. But what, and I know we discussed some of this recently, what's before you now is at the rear, this stacked porches on the back. The, originally there wasn't a whole lot going to happen to them. I think they were going to redeck them, some work on them. To the best we can determine, the turn posts may be contemporary or original to the house. The ceiling of the second porch, the ceiling boards look like they've been there a while. The railing has been replaced. The floor deck has been replaced. The ceiling of the lower porches has been replaced, and Josh even said that inside them was pressure treated framing, so they've been altered. What transpired last summer was I was working with the architect particularly on another project, and there was correspondence that had that address, that East High Street address in the questions, and then verbal conversations with our code official asking me, Jeff, what about XYZ? And I said, everything's fine on that one. I'm good with it. It was just adding some stairs at the back of the building on High Street.
I think it's important to note that the email was incorrectly addressed, or had the
Well,
incorrect
in the
address.
subject line, and it, as Ron was talking about, a lesson, it's a cautionary tale. So while I thought I'm responding to, I'm good with it, you're fine, the conversation on the other end was about this building and the back porch. And what had occurred is during the review of the building permit, and I know I'm paraphrasing a bit, but it was identified that the use required an emergency egress. And as Chuck Miller, who's the code official, I spent a lot of time talking with him about this, about why they got to where they got, and there was really no other place to locate it. So realizing that they had moved forward and some communication on my end, and also because this was a code required change, when we went out there in November, and I think some of the photographs you'll see reflect this, the stairs, they had constructed the stairs, but yet they're still trying to make them work with the porches, and it was, I had offered that let's do one or the other. This is either a house with two porches on the back, or this is a stair, emergency egress stair that's appropriate to this period. So that's where some of the trim details and some of the decisions, it kind of went outside of the easy and makes sense. So, for example, and if you go back to the photo, so go back, yeah. So you can see here the bottom of that upper porch. That decking won't be there. It can't be there with the railing, with the stairs coming down, and then with the necessary head height. So you lose a deck on that balcony. So then the question was, well, why have railing up there if it's not a balcony? So that's when we spent some time head scratching and brought it to you all, and understandably, you all asked them to clarify how they were going to trim out. I think there seemed to be agreement that to at least retain the railings, the image of them being porches, even if the decking was gone, but there were some trim details that really needed to be understood. So that's some of what's here. The second piece that came up recently is Mr. Zener was asking about the posts. And again, because I've discussed this one for a couple of years, my recollection was that everything had been replaced. The posts may be old, but they weren't necessarily original. I'm probably wrong in that, in hindsight, but what we've got now is that in order to accommodate the structure of the stairs, the posts are insufficient. And so that's why you see on the drawing the square columns supporting the porch. One option would be, as far as the turn post, I don't know how, because Mr. Zeman and I talked about this, Mr. Timmerman and I talked about, can the turn posts accommodate the weight, the load? I don't know, I'm not an engineer. If not, are the square posts acceptable? Or an option also is where I had suggested they do matching posts on the engaged columns against the brick wall. Maybe the half turn posts get reinstalled there, and those are retained. So there's a couple of options here. I do not believe there's an option to reevaluate where the egress stairs go. I think that was, in my discussions with Mr. Miller, pretty thoroughly evaluated. And so that's sort of a little bit of the background. What you have in front of you tonight, there are three options for what to do, and if you go to that elevation of what to do under the stairs.
In your staff report.
Yeah, and that was one of my, no, the stairs. Sorry, and so underneath the first floor stairs where they come down, there. So there had been, if you can envision where the lattice is below that bottom railing, another railing, and that just seemed to be too much. So I had suggested maybe some lattice to simplify that. I think they've looked at a couple other options. I will say I don't prefer the others. So that's something for you all to look at. And I noticed that the brick piers are being proposed as being replaced, and whether that's structurally necessary or not, the applicant can answer that. I prefer to retain those brick piers. And then finally, just the photograph that was in the staff report. It's not related to the application, but on the east side of the house are a series of mechanical units. They're not properly screened, and I think the opportunity for us to require that they are, with however you treat this. So, sorry, there's a lot there. And if you have any questions for me.
When was the hyphen between the two buildings added? That seems to be one of the factors that's driving the confusion in the back.
Oh, it's definitely not historic. My guess is it
so.
happened when they built the addition or after, but it's not pre-1980.
When they built the structure in the back?
Yeah.
That faces
Yes. it
on
connected
Second
to-
Street?
Mhm.
Refresh my memory.
I don't remember it being there. I don't remember them being connected.
Oh, they were.
Oh, you mean?
At the same time?
Yeah. I mean, as long as I've looked at this, yeah, it's been there.
As I recall, though, the idea was they were going to remove the hyphen at one point when they were going to reinstall or recreate the front porch, and that has changed, right?
So
And this
there's-
is why we're having to build the stairs this way, because the hyphen remains.
There's a lot of pieces and parts to this, and I did not go back and reconstruct it entirely. I think I looked at whatever was the last thing that we looked at and improved. It included the hyphen being there and the deck out over the top of it.
Okay. I thought they were going to separate the two buildings at one point, but,
Yeah.
okay.
And is this the same owner that we're dealing with, that we dealt with on the
I don't
previous
know.
application with the porch? And it is, okay. Mhm.
Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Sure. Good evening, Josh Batten with Housecraft, back before you all to look at this stair. So, like I said last time, we got pulled into this after a lot of this history had gone down. So we've been trying to sort of figure out how to get through this. So anyway, so what we did there, the building official it does not, and the structural engineer do not think that the brick columns, we can adequately attach the posts and tie them down. I mean, maybe there's a way we could do like some steel that goes down to the floor. If you guys really want to keep the brick, we're open to that. What these wood posts did allow us to do is, I guess, Kate, are you on your screen? I don't have, okay. If you could just go to the next sheet really quick. There's this landing that has to be there, and so what I did was add posts in there to help kind of ground this thing and take it from this structure that's just really tall and up in the air there. The lattice that we have proposed here would not be a typical kind of, I kind of feel like it's cheesy lattice. This is actually like, would be 1.25 inches by 1.25 inches fir painted, and with a sort of a larger aperture in it, so that you can, because underneath there's a little residential unit, and so that little porch underneath would be a little patio for that unit. So we want it to be nice down there. I think this, by my view, this really helps sort of anchor that, helps, take away from it's just the stair there. We like the railing going across the top to sort of kind of an ode to the old porch, and the roof structure is beautiful. So I like, definitely want to keep that roof structure that's historic. That part is definitely historic. And then we've got proposed in there lighting. It's good. All the trim would be white. We've got along the rims of the porch, we've got 1x4 and then 1x12 that would all be painted composite deck board or boards there. And I think it looks good. That's up to you all to decide, obviously. But and then it has a nice. I've included the decking. If you go to I think the next sheet, Kate, if you don't mind. There. Oh, one back. So it's this kind of it's a nice sort of almost looks like teak decking. They had already purchased this railing, which is a typical fir rail, so that's what we're proposing to use. Up top, we'd like to put these little brass half moon post lights and some step lighting that you see there, and then up on that top deck, we'd like to use these little lit deck caps to go around that top little roof deck area. Kate, if you could go to the other one with the options. We're going to have to submit a full landscape plan. That's why we hadn't addressed the screening on the HVAC on the other side. And we're working with engineering to figure out exactly how the entries tie into the sidewalk. That was. I guess just stay here for a second. We can just kind of go over this. So the 6x6s are from the structural engineer. Maybe she would give us a letter or something that said we could use the posts. Down below would be very difficult. Up top, it wouldn't be as difficult, and we have retained all of the existing posts. So that might be an option. Would be to put those existing posts up along that top porch structure. So this is a it's a fairly typical column detail with bed molding and a plinth at the top, or a little capital piece up there at the top. We did have to shift it a bit from the original porch rack to allow the code required 36 inches on the stairs, and so there is about 1.5 inches offset from that original porch rack there, and then the rest of the details you can see on this. So, Kate, I guess if you could go to, let's see, I think that's about it. We can go to the other couple sheets. I'll just show you a couple of
Kyle, can we have
options.
that presentation now? Thank you.
Kate, I
sorry,
could-
Kyle, that first one you had up was the one we're getting out of order, sorry.
I guess, Kate, can you get email?
Yeah, I have to stop sharing.
I could.
It's,
Anyways, I included some land, a couple of, we intend on putting some arborvitae in between where the posts go around the base, and then there's gonna be more extensive, there you go. So this option, we looked at putting maybe some painted white shakes underneath that stair landing down to the original porch elevation on the first floor, because thinking, maybe that would help it, but I'm kind of, the lattice actually works pretty well. So, anyways, the other one is less remarkable. You can go just to the last sheet of this, I guess, or can I? Okay, I can do this, yeah. That was just clapboard. I don't love that one. So this is just showing some of the landscaping there. So, yeah, that's what I've got.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions from the public? Any questions from the board?
I have a question for Jeff, maybe. Did the applicant ever get a demolition certificate, or did they ever?
For the back porches?
Yeah, for the back
Yeah,
porch.
see, that's, again, where all the sort of, some of that's on me. It was, we were talking about one thing and another thing, and no, they didn't, I mean, that answer, no, but it's, I think that miscommunication is on me and not on the applicant. They were following what the building code official was requiring of them. So,
I actually don't think that you should fall on that sword. I mean, this is an owner that came before us, and I'm not blaming the current, representative, but this is an owner that came before us, and we had a significant discussion about altering this building, including, I think, 2 meetings about the front porch.
Yeah.
And about this particular purpose, which is still perspective. I find it hard to believe that they thought that they needed permission to put a front porch on, but not to take a back porch off. And I mean, 2 stories, almost 3 stories worth of structure that somebody might say it's somewhat historic, if it isn't original to the building. I have a really hard time with the fact that this demolition, and I really don't believe it is staff's fault at all. This is a historic building. It's in a ADC district. The applicant had come before us before. They were obviously aware of the constraints of this being in a historic district and what they needed to do to alter this building. So I have a hard time kind of just saying, from an email, Jeff said we could do it and the porches were already gone.
Well, can I?
Yeah,
Can I
yeah.
respond? So we finally had gotten the building permit. So we came in and we thought, and there had already been, like I say, taken the rails off and the decking, the posts were still there. And so we thought that the exit stair, we did think the exit stair had been approved when we got actually finally obtained the building permit, because all the conversation was before the building permit was obtained. And that's when Chuck asked Jeff, I mean, I'm not trying to,
Yeah.
obviously, I understand your concerns, and it's not all on Jeff. It's not all on Jeff. It was just this was a confusing project, I think, because it went on so long. There were so many different iterations. It took the building permit took 9 months. It was just I came in after they hadn't been able to get the building permit for about 6 months. We finally obtained the building permit. And I thought, so I was kind of when we got the building permit, we thought everybody was happy. I mean, and that's why Chuck released it, because he thought we were, he thought we were there, but we obviously weren't there. So that's where we're at. So, anyways, we do have all the original posts. That's the only part that was
my question.
Truly original. We do have those,
And they're in pretty good shape?
they are. They're in pretty good shape.
Has the structural engineer ever assessed them to see if you could reuse them anywhere? Or are they?
She has not, like, I think, like I said, the part that would be very difficult to use them on is the landing. That's where it would be very hard to use them. I do think we could use them on the top portion, and I don't think that's just roof load. That's not, so that, like, she's having to design, because it's a R1 now, like boarding house is kind of where it falls under the code. She's having to design the deck and the stairs and everything to 100 pounds per square foot, and so that's when she went to the 6x6s.
Yeah.
But we do have all the posts. I do think we could use them up on the top portion. I'm sure that she would sign a letter that would say, yes, these are structurally capable to carry that roof, which is basically what we would need.
Can you point, when you refer to, you think you
Sure.
they're going to be hard to use in the base decking?
Yep.
Can you just point to that?
So if you see, I don't think this has does this have a pointer? Yeah. So these posts, these right here would be it's really these two here. These would be difficult structurally to,
The piers.
Well,
those-
these weren't even.
and those aren't exact, that's
Yeah,
right.
those are the brick
Like,
piers.
these,
The bricks.
it's
Yeah.
mainly like
Right.
this, and that, and this might be difficult.
Yeah.
These, I'm sure,
Right.
I'm almost 100% sure that she would sign that.
And then also aesthetically, I mean, the landing is gonna hit the post right at the belly of the curve there. Personally, I think that ship has sailed for whatever reason. I think to use the turn posts at the top is just gonna look a little bit
Like,
fake at this
yeah.
point. I think, it's a shame when I look at this 1980s photograph, it was a really handsome back porch, and I think it was all original based on what I'm seeing. But like I said, I think that ship has sailed, and what you've done is about as good as you're gonna do.
Just the 1980s photo, assumption be original, but what was there and when they came in and started, a lot of it replaced.
The deck itself had definitely at some, like the framing had, because it was pressure treated, so it wasn't original, that part at least was not original.
I had another question about your, section on sheet 7. The bottom part of it, what is that?
If you could, you could just go to it sounds like we're away from these options anyways.
Just trying to figure out where the bottom beam's cutting through. Maybe you can just point out.
Yeah, that section cut is, this little line here. It's cut through right there.
Oh, okay.
It shows this, it starts with this detail on the top of this column.
Okay.
And then shows this column.
Yep.
And up
Okay.
to the porch rack.
I wasn't sure because I didn't.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
guess
there's
there
that
isn't
one
really,
element,
there
yeah.
isn't really decking there because you've opened it up for the stairs.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct, yeah.
But then I wasn't sure if it was down, you were referring to whatever was down below, because this was another question I had, the little kerf that you made into the fascia board.
That's for head height, and I mean, it's to get down in this basement, where even to do something here, I think I'm still gonna have to pull this stair out from the building and to like demo the concrete. There's some, there's a couple concrete stairs there. It was to get head height. I tried going up, I really hated that. That line needs to stay there where the porch, the original porch was. It looks very strange if you do anything else. And so that's a head, that I'm trying to allow I can just get to head height there and not have to like demolish the entire patio that's already got drainage and everything, and I would rather not have to demo that and sink it.
Okay, any other questions?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 options and materials, are you asking our opinion about that, or what's?
It
what's
could
that?
be. I'm also like, I'm that was based on the owner. The owner didn't want, he was worried there might be too much lattice. It might feel like a bird cage inside. because he wants it to be nice under there. I'm not sure that it's, I think that the lattice I'm talking about, like I said, I want to do like a thick, it's like 1.25 by 1.25 fir with like a 3.5-inch hole there, so that it's not just this slapped together lattice like you know just put under a porch, so that it feels nicer, and it's nicer to be behind and in front of and that kind of thing. So yeah, so if you have any opinions, I'm happy. I mean, I would love, happy to hear them or get suggestions. If we need to come back, we can come back. It's up to you guys. So
My opinion is I like the lattice best.
yeah, I tried it just because this was tough. This was tough. It's kind of tough, but I think I do too. I think I think that doing a kind of a full lattice will give it more presence. It's not going to be. I don't like just regular.
Let's see what, are there any comments from the public? Then we'll just open it up to comments from the board. You want to follow up with any of your lattice?
The other thing, I also agree that the post ship has sailed, that trying to put them on top would just look fake at this point. I think it's just aesthetically it would be a melange, mismatch that just simply wouldn't work. I think we should be, if you're going to be an honest, modern addition, you may as well go that way as opposed to try a fake recovery at this point.
My biggest issue right now is it just feels very like too much. It's I just want to see simplicity, and I think part of the issue for me is just like all the, you've got two squares, and then you got the rectangle, and then this thing with the bite out of it, and then another, and it just I just want to see some simplicity. Like even if you were to take that out and make this just an opening that. This bothers me because it's just another thing.
Yeah.
There's too much going on.
Yeah.
And for what it was,
I think I could.
Well, we're not looking for,
Yeah, sorry.
I think what we should just do is comment.
Yeah, sorry.
And listen to comments from the board.
I agree with you, David. I think there's too many parts and pieces still from the last time we saw this, and and I also agree that the ship has sailed. Like the original porch is gone, and so, but what is still there is the beautiful roof and the cornice.
Yeah.
And if there's a way we can, let's just make this a modern box. It's a modern thing we know that it's, I feel like the detailing now is trying to recall a historical period, and it just doesn't seem honest to me. So let's depart from that. Or my suggestion would be to depart from that and do something kind of more contemporary, and acknowledge that this is a new thing.
Jeff, this is on my screen, so if there's a sheet you want to.
I think where,
Yeah, what sheet do you want, Jeff?
I'm gonna shut it up there, because I think that it's sort of following, David, what you're saying, and Kate, is this necessary? And that's when, remember before, it was like they were jamming a railing in there, but if you imagine, is that deck even necessary, given these changes, which then resolves some of that head height issue? And I guess I'm speaking as much from my construction experience as from sitting here. This is one of those details that you guys know that you get that call every other day from the carpenters going, all right, what do we do now? So I'm just bringing up some thoughts because this may be something that we have to look at a couple times. So that's why I think that if you're letting this just be a stairs, and we acknowledge up here you are retaining that railing, do we need even the illusion of a deck or a horizontal members there?
to sort of add to that point, if you're gonna have a deck there, why wouldn't the column in the middle section come all the way down to it?
Right.
So it would be the same height, at least as the original column was. And I agree completely with Kate that I think the more contemporary this is handled, the better in a lot of ways. But the more I look at this, it's that middle column, being as squat as it is, that sort of throws that off.
This one here.
The one.
The one that is
Oh,
right
yeah.
there. Yeah.
I would be remiss in not reading our dear colleagues' comments, so I'm going to do that right now, if that's okay with everybody. This is from Mr. Zemer, and he feels like the biggest issue is that they've torn down what may have been an original porch fabric. Based on the historic photos, certainly the railings were replaced, recently removed. Pickett's originals had balusters. However, I'm not sure that the turn columns had been replaced. There's a pretty distinct bulb shape on the columns that appears in earlier photos. Go to the landmark survey by following the December 2022 link. And then he says, I think that if they have not yet disposed of them, then they should reinstall the turn columns, as these are certainly character-defining features of this back porch. If these don't work for the new structure, that is not our problem. The structural engineer should figure out a solution to preserve the columns and achieve their egress stair goals. I agree that the required railing at the landing hit the turned column at mid-height would be an awkward juxtaposition. However, they could install another simple post and board to the historic column to achieve this structurally. Alternatively, a new code-compliant egress stair could have been considered on the side of the building, whereas the bear would have to approve this. It may not have been as egregious as running a useful two-story porch. If the columns cannot be reinstalled, we should ask that they be put into storage on site, attic or basement, or even strapped to the underside of the lower porch. This would give future owners the opportunity to restore them if the building returns to a private residence one day. And I think that last point is a really good point.
I'm just gonna say, I was actually ready to okay this tonight. It sounds like we're not going to, but in case there is enough.
Who is we?
I guess maybe not. So that is, I would be willing to make that motion if there's enough agreement. I am curious, and I'm probably gonna get scolded for asking you this, but if this porch were finished tomorrow, when could you get your CO? Like, are you waiting for this? Or is there other stuff?
I'm not, it's not a
Okay.
critical path right now, so if
Great.
we need to come back, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
So I recognize there's some angst over this, so I'm happy to address the other concerns.
You did say, I think you said during your presentation to us, that lowest deck line, the one that you're cutting the little curve out of, you really wanted to keep. Is that something that you guys looked at and it just looked really awful to you, or?
It was, when I did it, I guess without some horizontal there,
Mhm.
they start to feel really like long legs going up. That's why I kept the horizontal. I hear you on the squatness of that column at the landing, and we could just not put a base there, come down and put the base back where the original porch was, and that might help that. But
Because you're just wrapping the existing, you're wrapping the wood that you've already constructed at this point, right? So the
That
column
and-
could appear to come all the way down.
It
and
could.
then-
It absolutely could. So there's this. Obviously, we could do anything here, but that you guys want us to do. But it's because I tried it without. They look really long going up to that landing. It's super tall. It kind of needs something, and that's where. And when I put these other columns to help ground that landing there, because it has that one column, because right now, originally she had just a column coming down to a big 2x12 beam right there where the horizontal is. Oh, you took it out. And so there originally was just a post coming down here to support this landing to a beam here, and the other column was here. But this feels super awkward without something under it.
Right.
That's where I kind of came up with this rhythm to help ground it, and I just carried it around. So, I'm like I said, I'm happy to do another iteration on this, and sort of take in some of the comments and try to come up with something that you guys feel is more.
I'm going to really mess things up. What's in the hyphen? Is that a passageway? Is it livable space? What's going on functionally in there?
It's a back of house space essentially that and it also acts as a connector to, there's a unit on the ground floor of that rear, let's see.
Of the primary building.
Yeah, there's a unit, the ADA unit, the required, there it starts going, hold on. Okay, yeah, so.
One of your elevations showed it.
Yeah, well, you can see here, this entrance, this is a unit, this is an ADA, required ADA unit here, then there's a unit above, and the way you're accessing this unit above is through a door right here, and then you can also get back into where the lounge is and that kind of thing.
So it is kind of a passageway. It's not necessarily.
It is, and then it has
private
a laundry
living
room.
space.
Well,
Okay.
it has a laundry room and like storage, and which you need in a property like this. So that's what it's functioning as right now.
Along the lines of Ms. Tabany's comments and Mr. Burrell's, I mean, I'd love to see the back contemporary, maybe just enclosed in glass, and that's why I asked whether that also could be opened up or somehow enclosed. The sad thing is you would lose that back porch, but with the structure next to it, I mean, maybe you'd get a view across the street of McGuffey, but I don't,
like a glass connector.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
no, just it would be enclosed. This would become an addition.
Oh, I see what
instead
you're
of this
saying. I see
instead of
what
this
you're saying.
confusing series of porches.
I see what you're saying.
And I mean, you still got the problem of how the stairs come down, but all of the framework could be simplified. Which is whether it's interior space or exterior. Just as others have said, there's a lot going on, and we know functionally those stairs have to get down, and we've got headspace requirements, and you've got that hyphen sitting there, which you've got to work around. I don't know.
I still say last time, I think I said this, that this is not an uncommon thing to have a stair on a porch. I mean, it happens a lot.
It does, yeah.
And it's, my memory of them is that they're not complicated, or maybe they are and we just don't notice. And I kind of feel like once this is complete and painted, there's going to be a lot of sins on this that we're not going to see anymore. We're just going to, we're not going to notice the columns are out of whack by 2 inches.
Right.
As much as that drives me nuts architecturally, I don't think anybody's ever going to see that. You guys have worked so hard what you did to the 1980s building to make it look so historicist. And it's very well done. I hear you guys about doing a contemporary something there, but at the same time, I feel like you guys have worked so hard, the applicants worked so hard to make this very traditional, and then I don't know if that would just feel even more out of place.
I would say the applicant does want to do the front porch, Jeff, and I think he's working on getting funding to do that. So he wants to do that. I think he wants to kind of keep more of that historic feel versus making this a really modern statement. I also think that if we adjust, I really like your comment, Mr. Burrell, on the column, that squat column. I think that's right. I think I can simplify this, and once it's white and we put some arborvitae in front of it and finish out landscape, we're going to submit a whole landscaping plan for this area once I figure out with engineering what they're going to allow me to do as far as walks coming and meeting the street. And, I mean, one thing we would like to do is potentially put like a little wrought iron fence there, because we have had trouble with homeless people coming in and invading the house, and we want it to feel, we just want to make sure it doesn't feel too open to the street. And I really think by the time you put the landscaping down there, and it's white and it's porch, and you retain, because I love the cornice work up at the top is gorgeous. I mean, it's a really beautiful Philadelphia gutter. The columns they're decent, but they're not super striking. The actual cornice work is really it's quite beautiful.
Well, it sounds like you've engaged in a lot of the comments that we've made, and it sounds like you're on a path where you can make revisions that you're gonna feel good with, and hopefully we'll feel good with next time. I don't think I'd necessarily approve it this round. It sounds like you're willing to come back and make revisions, and I think it would be the best for the project.
I agree. I'm very happy to have you all's comments. I very much appreciate them. It's a tough design problem.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for the input, but I do think, and what next time I'll do a little bit more. I'll go ahead and get the landscape architect involved.
That'd be really,
because that's going to help a lot. Once you landscape the bottom of this thing,
yeah,
and you paint it white, I like, if we were to really take it modern, like maybe we could make it work, but everything else in the house, he wants it to be this, kind of feel like a historic boutique house that you have these really nice, beautiful luxury rooms in, and that's the feel he wants. I've got a lot of lighting on there. He wants it at night. I think it's gonna look really pretty with the deck lighting and the small accent lighting and that kind of stuff. So
you may even consider slats other than the lattice.
That's the part that I have the most problem with still, and the owner, we're still not like, we really like this, is that lattice. Is like, what do we do between the columns? I do think it needs something. Right now, before it was just some, I don't know when they put this in, but it wasn't historic, but it was just like, grading, that security grading essentially.
And the reason I bring that up is just, I don't think we've suggested any one particular material, but just to take home the more general concepts of geometry, purpose, what's the intent, you shouldn't have to feel tied to sort of a necessarily historic norms or a portion of the historic norms. So, revising the design to kind of meet its new needs, even if it's a contemporary solution, but to clean up the kind of the geometry that's sort of right now a little chaotic and a little fussy.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm happy to go back and do, get you guys some more options. Honestly, we kind of still want to do more options, so I'll probably be coming back to you anyways. And I know I'm going to come back for the landscaping. I've got to figure out with engineering exactly how they're going to allow me to get to the sidewalk. And
we all thank you for your willingness to work with us, and your very open and heartfelt communication with us.
So
Yeah,
yes,
you're
that's
welcome.
for deferral, right?
I believe so. So Carl, do you want to?
Well,
hear you're there.
Just a quick question for the rest of us, just to make sure. So you've mentioned on the drawings, removing that structurally, the brick piers. Are we good with that?
That is something that you guys should, yeah.
I mean, just to make sure that when he comes back, does he need to keep the brick pier, or can we let it go? I'm in the camp of saying it's, I think I'm okay with it going away.
I too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we make a motion on that?
I think we just, as good faith feedback.
Right.
It is a demo.
James may disagree when he comes back, but I guess if the rest of us are kind of.
Should we approve the demolition of the back porches?
So you do have, on one elevation, you do show sort of a parged concrete base for that, because you're gonna have to do something. You can't bring the wood down to grade.
That's true.
This is existing concrete
I
right
see.
here, and this would be the intervention right here on the corner, right there.
I see, so
The brick columns come down right now, it's kind of makes a little corner here,
I
and
see.
then it's abutted with they put like a concrete well to create that little porch down there. It's like it's a tiny retaining wall about this, maybe this tall.
I see, so the side elevation we're seeing, when we see the partial south elevation,
It's just at this
we're
this
seeing that in
level
front
right
of
here.
the
Yeah.
brick pier, I see. Yeah, I'm all right with not having a
I'm gonna bring up some, sorry.
brick pier.
It's just one brick pier, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna bring up something though that has been, for previous BARs, been a point of contention, and I'm not sure how we feel about this. You guys appear to have that historic, weird curved curbing on the edge of your sidewalk.
That concrete edge
Yeah.
on the sidewalk, yeah.
And I guess we'd probably want to see what you intend to do with how you're going to cut through that, or if you're going to cut through it, or hopefully maybe not.
Well, that's where I still got to get with engineering and see what leeway I'm going to get. I may have to make. I mean, right now the intent was to put a sidewalk at this entrance back here, straight to the street, and take a path that goes right up to this current sidewalk coming in. That's where I've got to get with engineering, and I want to do a full landscape plan to bring to you all. Maybe not. Well, I'm going to see how far I can get. I would like to get. I want to do enough. I want to do enough that you all feel happy with this, so I can build it. Because it might take a little while with engineering and planning. They want to do they come back and they want to do a minor site plan, a minor development plan on this, and so. I'm not sure. We're not taking them out. I'm not taking anything out. Like I said, we came into this. It had already been partially done. We thought it was done. We thought we were good, and we weren't. So we're not taking anything out. We've just halted on this part. So yeah, before we do anything to those little, I know what you're talking. It's those little things, the little like.
It's like a quarter round.
It is. It's like it's little concrete pieces that come up at the entrance. So.
And I think the only reason I noticed that is because you actually have a little, like at the edge of the existing sidewalk, there's like this little pyramid.
It is. There's two where this path comes out. Oh, oops.
I was sorry, I can't see it in the photograph, you can kind of see it.
Yeah, you can see that.
Google
place.
Street View is not being friendly right now.
Where did you
We
see
looked
it?
at that in
Carl?
November, and I told Josh, because it's an accessibility issue,
David.
Oh, gotcha.
yeah,
Okay.
to determine what is required, and then could discuss it with you
Yeah.
all. So I said to get the regulatory piece addressed, and then we'll look at the design piece, so.
If you're going to be doing landscape, I noticed that staff has put in a possible amendment to an approval which strike out the mechanical units from the east side yard. You might want to address that as well.
Yeah, that's the intent. I mean, we're going to put the front porch on, so we got to do landscaping around that. So there's going to be there's going to need to be a whole landscaping plan. And the owner, he likes his properties to look really nice. So that's why, like, the landscaping, I think, is what is going to. I think it's really going to help blend this in and sort of take away from it just being like right there, which it kind of wants. It needs. So
We'd certainly appreciate the landscape plan when you come back.
isn't that something I need to bring to you, or is that right? Isn't that landscape right? Yeah. So I thought, or is it? I don't know.
This is one I
We'll say yes.
yeah.
Okay.
I say
All right,
say
all
yes,
right.
bring it to me.
Okay.
I planted bushes in my yard and didn't ask myself, so, and my houses. I think that it's there are variations of a theme here. People don't ask me what kind of bulbs they're planting and things like that, so
Right.
just let me know and we can take a look at it.
Okay.
How many units are there in this, shall we say, complex?
Yeah, so it's actually going to be like a little boutique hotel, and there's 12 rooms. Some of them are sort of longer stay suites, like this side here. These two units here are more like a kind of a mini, like an apartment, essentially, like a bigger apartment. And then some of them are going to be like luxury hotel rooms, essentially, is what they're gonna feel like. So
So I believe you have two options. We could defer this and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, but we can defer this, but then what that means is that you have a limited time to get back to us, which basically boils down to resubmitting like next week.
Right.
Or you could defer it, and you can take the time that you need.
If I could defer it, that would be great. I think I'm going to need at least a month
I think
to
that's a good recommendation.
get this, yeah, because a week is, we're just, like I said, we're still not happy with it. We still want to work on it, so.
So move to accept the applicant's deferral.
I'll second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Josh,
See you
we'll
soon.
talk. Thanks.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Jeff.
Nothing like a group project, right? All right, the last action item before you all is for 201
West Water.
West Water Street.
Jeff, before you start,
Yes,
I think
sir.
I need to recuse myself from this because I'm working for one of the, I'm still contracted to work for the architect who's doing another project for Grit, so.
It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, no, I need to recuse myself from this.
Because I thought you just drank too much coffee from them.
That's what it sounded like as my stuttering thing trying to get out of my mouth.
And you know, just
You
to,
showed true grit, Carl.
to be clear, you know, we're only, yeah, you're only required to recuse if you have a vested interest in the project, but I've been offered or asked the question a lot, and I think, you know, at any point in time, someone's simply uncomfortable participating, it's fair to recuse yourself if you wish, so. All right, so this is 201 West Water Street. A lot of people recall it as the clock shop. I think it's been a couple things since it was the clock shop. This is it is a contributing structure within the downtown ADC district. It's at the southeast corner of 200 West Main, which we'll be discussing later on. There's not a lot of information. We don't have a historical survey of it, but I was able to discern somewhat some of the background of this. I thought it was interesting. It was a Sears and Roebuck gas station. I know Sears used to fix cars. I didn't know they had gas stations, and not an AS station as I have in the staff report I see. And 1957 it became Wilkerson's Shell Service Station, and then 1958, 1960 it was a paint and wallpaper shop, and then at some point more contemporary became the clock repair shop. So what is before you all here, Grit Coffee will be occupying this space at some point and are looking to install new signage. We talked about this briefly at the pre-meeting, and so forgive me for being redundant, but the design guidelines for ADC districts make a recommendation about signage, and that should only have 2 permanent signs for a business, and that could be any type of sign. And the reason I say permanent is lots of places you're allowed to have temporary signs, you can have sandwich board signs, things like that. So the 2 permanent signs. And in reading the guidelines, that's really intended for those traditional commercial facades that we see on the mall in West Main. And this building certainly is not one of those. It is on a corner. It doesn't have the facade of the street. It's got the wall set back. And I had mentioned also that previously the ordinance had not, where you have signs inside of a glass window, the requirement was you didn't obscure more than 50% of the glass, and we never really looked at them that often. But now with the new ordinance, the sign regs specifically address window signs. So now, where previously we'd be looking at saying there's 3 new signs, the 2 window signs make it 5. So we have the two window signs, we have the wall sign on the back there between the two entrances. There is a projecting sign that'll be on the Second Street wall, and then the fifth sign is a round, we're referring to it as canopy sign because it's suspended from the canopy. By code, the zoning folks have looked at this, and it meets the zoning ordinance as far as number of signs. It does not meet our guidelines. So whereas I would typically, and I review signs on your behalf, I look at the guidelines, if they match them, it gets my signature. If someone wishes to do something outside of that, then I bring it to you. And as you know, you guys don't see a lot of signs, so usually people are staying within the ordinance. But my recommendation here is that I think there are unique circumstances. Again, corner site, non-traditional building, the way it's set back from the street, the wall. The letters on the wall sign are larger than our recommendation. I think we recommend 12 inches, they're 13. But I think that actually the wall sign itself is one of the things that's really nice. It fits that space well. The window signs are subdued, the colors are fine. Typically, we're thinking about painted window signs. The guidelines, you talk about it, but like on the front of a window, these are vertical, so a little bit different from our guidelines. The projecting sign that's hanging on the Second Street side, I think is fine. Ultimately, when you all look at something and set aside numbers and dimensions, it's really, is it appropriate? Does it fit? Staff believes it does. And the second thing is that it's to not have so much signage that it becomes visual clutter. And we've used that term a lot recently with the cafe space discussion. So that's where I kind of came down on. I think that the two window signs are fine, the wall sign's fine, the projecting sign is fine. I think that hanging sign is I don't want to say unnecessary, that's not the right word, but I don't think it's appropriate. I think it simply adds to some visual clutter we've got at that corner, and that's my recommendation, is to approve the 4. But I think the applicant's available to certainly make their case.
Kyle, if you can hear me, apparently on Zoom we're having a volume issue. They can't hear anything, so it's something in the settings. I teamed you message too. Sorry.
Should we talk really, really loud?
No, it's something in how the meeting was set up.
And please give your name and introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for considering our sign package. I'm Dan Fitzhenry. I'm one of the owners of Grit Coffee. We're very excited to occupy this beautiful space on Water Street. We're just moving from around the corner where our current space is. And I think if you've been to any one of our shops, we pride ourselves on our design and our look and feel. We have kind of a mid-century modern aesthetic to our branding, and what we're going for here is there are a lot of points of visibility to this building because of the unique way it's shaped. So we're not trying to be visibly cluttered, but we are trying to give some access points to let people know that we are occupying this space, whether they're coming either way on Water Street or either way on Second Street there. And I do agree with staff about the canopy sign, because it is, unfortunately, we would place it right behind the downtown mall sign that's already standing there at the corner. So yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the public? Online? Any questions from the board?
Did you just say you agreed with staff about the canopy sign?
Yes.
Okay.
There may be some of us who might support that.
Well, I mean, we would love
I'm
to
sorry,
have it.
that was a question. Do you know that there might be some of us who might support that?
I know now. I can see making that argument. We would love that visibility coming up Water Street before you crest that hill, where you would be able to see the two window signs. So obviously we would love the package as submitted to be approved, but we appreciate feedback.
And I think, that's where the point I'm making is in the staff report is that I don't, signage is a really contentious issue on the mall at some places and for some businesses. And so it's, I just want to encourage you that if, in saying yes, then expressing, and I'm not trying to, overdo it, but I think there are unique circumstances here and express those. And so that I don't have to constantly be getting asked why people can't have 5 signs.
Would we be setting some sort of precedent by allowing the 5?
It's difficult to say, and primarily because of where window signs have now become, so it's sort of we've turned a page and we're not exactly sure how things are gonna play out. In fact, Sony had even said, well, why don't you take out one of the window signs? I said, I like the window signs. I have no problem with those. I really like the design of them. But so I guess the correct answer would be you all look at everything individually. If this were on the mall and between two, other buildings, and this were only a 30-foot storefront, and someone said, I want 5 signs on there, that would be a different set of circumstances, and I think that you could defend yourselves. So, that helps.
So to support it, I would say that you've got you're at an intersection, two streets, of course. I think the other complicating factor is that, believe it or not, water kind of comes to a crest right there at 2nd Street, and you're below it even when you're down at Waterhouse, and you're below it even when you're at the terraces, like a block down. So it's an interesting, so you really don't know, it's a little blind in some ways until you get to the top, and then you have to figure out what pedestrians are going across, who wants to go down the mall crossing, who's gonna, I always find it a challenging intersection because I use that crossing a lot, but I think all of them are warranted. And frankly, on the window signs, if they weren't permitted, you could hang a mobile there, an inch off the glass inside and do the same thing. I'm sure functionally there would be a way of doing it, not that we want that to happen with the zoning officials, but I think all of them address different ways that one would approach this business. And I thought that the canopy, for lack of a better word, sign was a good idea if I were walking up Water or driving up there. I'm not sure, you wouldn't see the recessed wall sign, you wouldn't necessarily see certainly not the sign down 2nd. So I think all of them serve different purposes, and I think your package, probably whoever designed it, was thinking about that. I'm really interested, our ordinance should take into account how much street frontage you have, and if you think about the width and then the depth of that parcel, it's worth 2 or 3 storefronts, contemporary, now what we consider storefronts in the downtown mall, it's a quite large, and then you've got the problem of the recessed entrance. So I would be in favor of all 5 of them, for those reasons, because I think it's kind of an exceptional and kind of extraordinary circumstance, your location and the building itself.
Are you planning on having seating outside underneath that canopy?
If we do, it'd be very limited along the left side there.
What are you gonna put in there?
In the building?
Under the canopy?
Oh, we're gonna keep 3 of the parking spots to allow for drive-in, pickup, pull out.
I think we're well in our comments now. Unless
Oh,
anybody
I just
has-
had one question. What
Yeah.
is the height of the underside of the canopy? Do you know?
I believe it is 12 feet. 11 or 12 feet, yeah.
Okay.
I'm ready with a motion,
Um,
unless there are more comments.
Yeah, let's see if there are any other comments. I'd like to add in relation to the idea of precedent that I almost consider this like a 4-sign proposal. I think that the 2 glass signs are kind of almost like a column. So I would look at it as a 4-sign proposal, and you're looking at a building with not really 2 faces, but 4 faces. You know, you've got this really unique situation. So I think it's totally in keeping with the guidelines. Even if you consider, if you had 2 faces, you have two signs per face. I think it's a really great proposal, and happy to see the space being used in a way that I fully support.
One other question I have
Pun
for
intended.
us. Do we have to deal with it if he's having a drive-through?
No longer, no.
He won't be able to have a drive-through.
It used to be when they were allowed by special use permit and you would comment on special use permits, but no, that's not thank God. Not
All right, who would like to make a motion?
Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to fund the proposed signage package at 201 West Water Street satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in the ADC district, and that the BAR approves the request as submitted.
Second.
Any additional follow-up? Ms. Tebney?
Yes.
Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Burrow?
Yes.
Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes.
And I too vote yes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think signage will be one of the other things we look at with the guidelines. I am already getting asked a bunch of questions in Barracks Road Shopping Center and their comp signage plan, but I mean, I really come down on, is it below that height that we want? Is it illuminated? If it is, then, how? Because you can do it right and you can do it wrong.
Totally.
And then I think really then that sort of that design, and that's an excellent design. It really, when Craig
also this-
brought it to me, I said, this is really
And also the
nice.
sign face, the size of the signs were modest and accomplished what they needed to.
So it's where, there's, and it's within the total square footage of the max allowed. So I'd love to simplify things with the signage, and hopefully we'll.
And I think in regards to the recommendations, I think it's makes sense to err on the side of limiting and sticking with the guidelines versus.
It is, there are we do have, there's some folks out there that, it's just like more and more and bigger, but interesting conversation a couple years ago with the folks that manage Barracks Road Shopping Center, and they just said, most people know where they're going because they dial into their phone and they follow it, and it's not, they said, but still, tenants want signage, so it's not gonna go away just yet. Okay, this next up is so thank you for taking care of the action items. The next up is a continuation of the prior discussions we've been having about 200 West Main Street. Mr. Levine has addressed some of the things that were raised in November and December. I think some information with the shade study. I don't want to belabor the presentation, but I do want to just be clear that I spoke with Mr. Levine today. He was in for a pre-development discussion about what's necessary to get the development plan reviewed. The first step in order for this to be considered as a formal application has to be the demolition COA. We can't consider a new building formally until there's an agreement on that the old may or may not be removed. So that's really the next step that I see. There might be other questions associated with that. I will address those, but I think the goal for tonight is see what's been, see how Mr. Levine has responded to the questions and comments that you all had. But I think it'd be really important that he's able to walk away tonight with, if at all, some direction on, I think we've talked a lot about shade and heights and step backs, but I think that what you all are looking at is what is that impact on the mall? And the one that you talked about is that experience of the facade, which the building height has been lowered there on the mall. So that begins to address that. And then I am not qualified to determine whether 6 hours of shade or 6.5 hours of shade or no hours of shade are, advisable. So I can't advise on that, but I think that I think you all have been expressing there's an experience on the mall that you all want to retain that's associated with the sunshine. And I think the more clearly we can express that, and then the design can respond to it, is like the last piece of the puzzle here, at least relative to the height, massing, and scale. And with that, turning it over to Jeff and his team. Do you have any questions for me?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Has the tree commission reviewed the shading of the trees?
We can certainly ask them, but the tree, so the BAR is one of the 4 key bodies of the city government, city council being obviously the big one. The planning commission, the Board of Zoning Appeals, and the Board of Architectural Review. Those are the 4 bodies established by ordinance that have authority. And I think the tree commission's fantastic, but they have no, they are, Steve Gaines, the city's forester, knows about when projects come in, so they are able to comment, but they don't have an official capacity. They certainly can make comments, make recommendations internally. So I can reach out to them and ask what they think. We have been in touch with Paul Josie. I know Jeff has talked to Paul Josie, who authored as you know, the mall tree study. So we're getting a lot of input, but it still kind of falls to you all about on the design decisions. But if you have something specific you'd like me to pursue, I can.
Hi.
And Kyle, we're ready for the heirloom development presentation. Thank you.
I'm going to pass it off to Joel, my architect, but again, to put this into perspective, and Jeff mentioned it, he used the word design twice, and I don't think we want to talk design because really, my goal is the February hearing. I'll be submitting next week a formal application for a demo COA with all of the things laid out as Member Lewis pointed out, to make that formal request. My other goal is to make some application for, I'm not sure what it is, but to say that the conditions that the BAR can impose per 5.2.7C of the code are the conditions that are in this massing plan with that height and that step back. Because as I've said, without that, I can't do anything. I need the demo, I need to know I can take a building down, I need to know an envelope of a building. Again, design, aesthetics, we have a lot of work to do. So what we've come back with is, because last time we heard, we want some elevations, we want some more views from closer in, show us more shading, so we've come with a whole pile. The step backs I think are the same, like, but we made them at specific heights, so you could see that 25 feet at 40, and Joel will go into that, and another 15 at 150. And what I'm working on with Jeff and staff and Kelly and Brown and everything is, what is it that the BAR can grant that says, these are the conditions, and I can go on my way and do 47 other things. And I will say for the tree, that we actually brought up trees this morning at the pre-app meeting. We're very aware that the morning sunlight is important for tree life. We're also very aware that most of those trees are coming down in the next 5 to 7 years as part of the management plan. We're also aware that the fire department's gonna want to know the location of those trees for fire access, so we're very aware of the replanting of those trees and how they work with the building. Again, that's part of landscape, that's 6 months down the road. I'm just trying to understand what the envelope is, so I'll pass it off to Joel, and he's got a lot of cool pictures that.
Thanks, Jeff. Okay, nice to be here in person with you all. Thanks for continuing the discussion with us. Can I click forward with this? Okay. Is it just the, okay. Okay, just a site plan. Everyone knows where the site is, but just some additional information on dimensions that are relevant to the conditions of the site in particular, so we can come back to that for reference if needed. Updated massing views here. We've kind of, not much has changed here. As Jeff alluded to earlier, there has been we did lower that additional, or that first step back off the mall to a more reasonable height on the third level. I'll get into that in the upcoming slides. Other than that, the step back dimensions themselves in terms of depths off of the property line have not changed. And then also just a little bit clearer graphics to describe the intent here. Albeit we are in a very early stage, as Jeff mentioned previously. Here's
I have a quick question on that last slide.
Absolutely, yeah.
So the green indication on the setbacks is just a graphic? It's not, you're not
Yeah,
suggesting
it's not
a
gonna
green
be
roof or anything like that?
yes,
Okay.
the green is indicating occupiable terraces, so not 100. A lot of that will be mechanical on the upper roof. We're showing a penthouse up there right now with some overrun locations for the elevator, et cetera. But there will be some mechanical as well. The lower step backs, however, will be mostly occupiable. Oops. Okay. This is a mall elevation that kind of zooms way out to give you kind of a more contextual idea of the height and scale of this building as it sits in the current condition of the mall. Relative to, on the right-hand part of the screen, you can see the Cope Building as well as the Omni Hotel and just the kind of general scale of that area of the mall, the western end. This is an elevation taken through 2nd Street, I should clarify Southwest 2nd Street. This is an elevation showing the height of our step backs. The first step back off the mall is currently at 44 feet. That's 3 stories. We have a quite large ground floor story for the retail heights that are needed and also just access as well. And then another step back of 15 feet at 160 feet of height, and then ultimately the top of the building at 184 feet. This is not advancing.
Volume flips around. But we did hear that first step back should be at a level that's contextual with the buildings around it. And so when we pull you close, you'll see you're having the same pedestrian experience with that, so we lowered that, so that.
Yeah, I don't know if the battery died, or could I bother you to? Does the laser still work? Okay, that's good. It might be helpful later.
I have a stick in my office if you want.
It's a screen
Back to
share.
driving.
I think battery's okay. I think it's just not responding.
Sorry.
Okay.
There we go.
We'll scroll through it. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so getting into some kind of pedestrian views. These are the views that, there's a series of views here that I think what you all were getting to last time that were not present in the previous presentation. So point well taken that the views we were showing previously were kind of, kind of helicopter views, I guess, so to speak, to show the scope of the project. These are more to show experientially what the scale of this building will feel like on the mall. Still a long way to go here in articulation and design, of course, but we're focused on kind of height, massing, and scale. This is if you can actually go back previously. Oh, perfect. So as you can see, to Jeff's comment moments ago, we're scaling that first step back kind of in the character with scale of the buildings on the mall currently, so that there's a visual cue there of this, responding to that contextually. Next slide, please. This is further down the mall, looking back at the building. We're by the Wells Fargo building here, which is currently about 80 feet of height with no step backs, just to get a sense of what that feels like in comparison to what we're proposing further down the mall. Important to note that we are on the south side of the mall versus the north, but just to understand the scale of a sheer facade going up 8 stories, what that feels like here. Next slide. Again, we're back on 2nd Street. Now we're looking south to understand what the approach from Market Street looks like, approaching to the mall. And you see an indication of where the trees are situated and what this feels like in terms of scale. Next slide, please. And then getting up tight to the building here on the corner, just getting a sense of what the scale of the street feels like on 2nd Street in comparison to the mall and the presence of the building facade to the human scale here, the 3-story expression. Next slide, please. And then situating the north facade where we would likely locate retail. This is looking back down the mall, the whole retail corridor experience, and getting a sense of the scale up close to this side as well. Next slide, please. And then moving further to the northwest here, looking back towards the building, you can see the context of the Code building to the right there, and how our proposed massing relates to that.
How tall is the Code building?
And this portion right here?
That's the Carrie Tobacco,
I think.
which is 2.5 stories.
Yeah.
That's really like the Code building annex. It's not true, yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the development, yeah.
If you turn a little this way.
I think it's in the neighborhood of 30 feet.
So you
25
think
to
the,
30.
how tall, does anybody know how tall the Code building is?
Maybe or
Total?
I don't want to speculate.
10 stories.
Oh, that area?
This,
Carl, do you know?
Which part of the Code building?
Well,
big
the highest.
The highest.
I don't know, but I mean, you guys have it in. you have a
it's
two-dimensional
over 100 feet, but
elevation.
not by much.
You can see proportionally.
Yeah, that extended view, the street section had a kind of a good relationship between the two.
I want to say it's probably about 100 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was close to the Dewberry.
Yeah.
Oh, it worked. Okay. Clicker's back. Okay, so now we're south of Water Street here, looking to the north. As you can see, the previous project that was just reviewed is right there in front of us on the corner. Great coffee.
It doesn't need any signage if you get approved. You'll be able to find it.
Right. So this is just to get a sense of, what this feels like with the access off of Water Street, and then in scale with, the surrounding context here as well. Next slide, please. Well, I can click, forget that. And then going much further to the east, looking back towards the west, sort of a long view approach to get a sense of what it feels like contextually with the surrounding massings, the Code building in the distance there, and then, some of the taller buildings off the mall. This is what we showed last time, so this is sort of a jumping off point for a more in-depth solar analysis that we've done. Again, the conclusion remains the same as last time here, but wanted to point out that we did define an area of focus within this whole study, because this is a large scope of area that we there's a lot of data here. So we wanted to focus it on request from last time toward between specifically the vernal or spring equinox and the summer solstice, because that's the kind of high impact area that we're looking at. And then also reducing the scope of the mall to a more localized part that's more easily digestible and understood to be the highest impact area of our proposed building. So in this refined solar analysis, we've included a sun path diagram kind of over the top of a more refined sun hours study to help illustrate the sun positions throughout specific increments of the day. Text is a little small to read there, but those are specific hours of the day. There is one line, whoops, it's not, look at the laser. Okay, so there's two kind of sun paths shown on this sun path diagram. That is the summer solstice, much higher in the sky. And then this one below on each of these diagrams is the vernal equinox position of the sun throughout the day. As you can see here, we've done a comparison of the existing to the left and the proposed on the right. And the area of focus here on the mall that we've defined here is shown on each of the diagrams, and we've done a direct comparison for sun hours, total sun hours. This is in that total 4-month period or 3-month period. And this is direct sun hours for the proposed. The difference between these is about 5%. So just for example, sun hours here, total sun hours, 1,089 compared to 1,034. It's not a whole lot of difference throughout the day. And the reason for that, and this is why we've included the sun path diagram here, is you can see that we get total morning light all the way down the mall up into about 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. These diagrams, if you look at the numbers closely, they do include daylight savings time, so there is an hour difference on a particular time of the year, just for accuracy.
I don't think it's 5%, I think it's like 0.05. Right, 50 of 1,000.
Yeah.
We're not, because I
correct.
You're saying we're not impacting like 5%.
And this is just kind of a more refined or more in-depth breakdown of the actual data. You can see on the left here, we've actually included the positions, altitude and azimuth of the sun in each of these hours of the day that we've broken down. So this is more for reference. If there's a deeper discussion on any of this, but largely we were happy to find that there's a fairly minimal impact on sun hours during this increment between the spring equinox and summer solstice. So we're happy that we can at least retain full light exposure for the trees. And again, this is a more in-depth breakdown of the proposed. And just to recap from last time, we did talk about this a little bit, the mall experience during sunset in particular, and getting this kind of quality down the mall in summer months. We did a comparison, we showed this last time, June 21st on the solstice, that there would be a very minimal blockage of direct sunlight during the summer because the sun is so high in the sky, it's kind of shining over the building for the most part, except for this time of day. We wanted to point out there's a 30-minute blockage here on the solstice between 6 and 6:30.
Am I right that if you go back to, that was before, we go back one more, is that before you had the extra step back? Or that's?
This is with the current
That's
massing.
the extra step back, so what's the next?
This was on request to look at the equinox, the spring equinox as well, and there's virtually no impact our massing has on the sun, direct sunlight on the mall, because the sun is so low in the sky at this time of year. So even the 2-story and 3-story buildings kind of block direct sunlight during this time of day. So diagram showing that location. And with that, we are happy to continue discussion and take questions. Thank
I
you.
just want to add one, because we talk a lot about the trees, but for us, there was also, I think there's a large fear that you put a big building up and you shade the whole mall. So regardless of trees, like, we're sensitive, we don't want to just cause a shadow over the whole mall walking down. As you can see, that's not what a building of this height does, particularly with those step backs. So it's not just tree preservation, it's also the experience of us walking down the mall every day and not feeling like we're just in a shadow. So we're open for questions.
Any questions from the public, I guess, first? Anybody out there? Questions from the board?
I have a question. Excuse me. Your solar analysis with the direct sun hours, I think that's really helpful to see. I'm like having a hard time understanding the quantity of hours, if you go back to the plan view, where it compares to the direct sun hours on the existing is 1,089 versus 1,034 on the other. Is that the total hours or?
It is.
Total
It's-
hours, okay.
It's total hours in that whole, between the equinox and the solstice, which works out to about, I think it's 12 hours a day, divides out to be.
Okay.
But we could do a more specific breakdown if you'd like to see that data differently.
Okay, and so then the different colors represent like lower
Intensity, yeah. So the
intensity.
bright yellow is full radiation intensity, and then the blue obviously would be 0.
Got it. Thanks.
Is it on the slides, the actual hours of those? We've talked about how it's not the morning hours, but is it, like the 50-hour difference, what time of day, or basically what have we shown to show that it's the morning hours that are preserved for photosynthesis? Do we have that on that, or we need to show it hour by hour?
We could break this information down any way that's needed to clarify any concerns. This is kind of, it's tough to show this information incrementally, because then you end up with like 1,000 images, and how do you break that down? So we did it in a kind of holistic way, like, okay, what's the total impact? Let's compare the two.
Right.
To demonstrate that there's a fairly minimal impact on direct sunlight in general from this proposed massing. And a lot of that's due to the step backs we're proposing, so taking it further off the mall has helped a lot, so.
And just another question, is the total duration that you're looking at is what? Is like
Oh,
1,089 hours, but what is that?
From March 21st to June 21st.
Okay, sorry, yes, I see that now. Thanks.
Okay.
I'm a bit concerned about the process. I totally understand that you want to make sure before we give you a COA for demolition, that you're going to be able to go forward with the project.
Correct. Not necessarily. I'm going to bring them both in, and I assume that, like Jeff's, I think the demo, one is meaningless without the other. So I'm going to bring in the demo COA. I'm going to bring in this other thing that, frankly, if it doesn't have a way for you to vote on at that point, then we're just going to be discussing a demo COA like we've done before, and we'll only be discussing that. And then I'll be having long conversations with the city as to what do they expect to happen when they put that clause in, as to how does a developer do a year of design with the risk that a condition could come on at the last minute. So they're independent yet tied together, but I don't expect to do one before the other. Is that what
Well,
you're saying?
I'm concerned that if we gave the COA for demolition, that we would have an empty lot.
Yeah, you referenced that before. What we've done before, and I'll put it in the application, is that it's tied to a building permit. So that's covered. We've done that before for the other projects as a general concern, and I'm very aware of that, so no, we would not have that ability.
How long is the permit approval good for?
Oh, boy, don't ask me.
I think it's like 18 months, and then I come back and ask you, hopefully they'll extend it.
Jerry, to your question, the conundrum here is that, so forget about demolition, let's say we're talking about a new building somewhere in the city that's very tall. The BAR has, I hesitate to use authority because everything's appealable to council, but the BAR can establish a height. And let's say tonight you all said we ensure that height's great, but that's a nothing as far as him acting on it. It's just simply a statement that's an informal statement. So we lack the ability to provide a formal affirmation of this height or that height or this amount of step back as you go up the building, which would then allow him to go, okay, now I know the envelope I'm working with, I'm gonna start adding my design to it and things like that. So that's, I don't wanna say we're stuck, but the process is not as simple. There's no way to provide an affirmation that's a COA. And the concern would be, we could go on trust, but a year from now, new BAR members say, I don't like that. So that's the friction that we're dealing with, and we're trying to resolve.
But to keep it to tonight, if I knew in some general vote that this massing was okay, you know, Member Schwartz has talked about different step backs, hopefully the 25 and the 15. We're like, if that works, then it's incumbent upon me to provide you with that vote. But I'm trying to just first establish from your comments whether we've got the box right, and then I can go on. I mean, in similar fashion, when I've got an SUP before and there's 101 feet and it's in that box, I've always known that I can build in that, and then I work with the BAR as to how that box is articulated, and maybe there's step backs added as well, but at least I know the box. We are stuck, right? But I don't want to get into the process. I kind of just want to get into, if this box seems okay, or if you have another comp, then let's get that. And then as far as then we have to go to work as to you providing a stamp on that. But tonight we're not there. Tonight I'm really just, have we responded, or you know, we added some other. One of the things was show us your worst view. I forgot who mentioned that last time. So that one where we stood second looking south is kind of our worst, yeah, that one.
Okay.
I mean, as far as, first of all, the building's not designed, but if you talk about a big hulking, you know, that's what we're supposed, you know, then we can show you 50 different ones, but that was a response to that. Like, we're not hiding anything, it's a big building, and we're trying to make it contextual on a certain level and then be able to craft the design to make it even more so.
So I have a little more context. How many residents are you looking to perhaps live in this building at some point? I'm not gonna hold you to it, just an estimate.
It'll be resident, I mean, we
Or
plan on
people.
having
How
over
many
200.
how about units?
Yeah, how about probably over
Okay, there you
200,
go.
200 units.
200 units, okay.
So 400, yeah.
Okay.
400, right. I mean, again, that depends a lot on unit mix and a bunch of,
Okay,
but
I just
but
generalized.
that's kind of what, yeah. Right.
I have
And
a
so
question
correspondingly, that's like 20 plus affordable units.
I have a question about just since we're talking about setbacks. So maybe you can explain a little bit more about, it seems like your strategy is to do the setback almost like a wedding cake where it happens all the way around continuously. And I'm just noticing, you know, one of the worst well, not worst shots, but the lesser important shot is looking at it from Water Street. And I noticed you have basically a 10 foot, and I'm looking at the 3D view on page
167?
167. Yeah. or I had 164.
Yeah, I realize that, but.
Anyway, there's a 10-foot setback right above our coffee shop. And then, you know, it goes all the way around, and there's a bigger setback at the mall side. And this is a question I'm curious about you responding to, what the intent was, but maybe it's also a question for the rest of the board to consider, you know, given the fact that we're really trying to increase setback on the mall side to sort of enhance the human scale. Is there a possibility, or is there a reason for, is it a good idea to take that whole chunk of the tower and move it back and just get rid of the setback on that one side? In other words, is it vital that we do the wedding cake thing, or is it beneficial to slide the tower, get rid of the setback or diminish the setback, like for instance above the coffee shop, and increase the setback at the mall? Because there was that line in the summer where there was like that half an hour where the sun was being clouded, and of course as you climb back from the solstice in the spring and fall back from it in the fall, that half an hour turns into an hour, and so just, you know, I'm curious what every little bit, obviously, I think your son's studies have shown increase the sort of lightness that's on the mall. I found that solar study a little confusing. I think I found the shadow studies more compelling, or just more visceral. Like I can relate to that a little better.
Okay.
Because in the solar studies, you're talking about like a 100% to a 70% is just like a yellow to a light orange,
Yeah.
and it's hard to kind of really gauge that, you know.
We'll have data packed into one image, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, but getting back to
Just for nomenclature, I look at setbacks are from a property line and step backs are from
Sorry,
the
I
building.
meant the step.
Yeah, so you're
Thank
talking about
you.
the step
I'm
backs.
talking about the step back.
My understanding is some of them are because we need distance between, even though the Waterbird would probably never be built, but you need separation from that lot line, so that's partly, right? And then-
Yeah, so there's a fire separation distance there to get
Up
enough
above.
glazing for residential.
Is
I
it
mean,
the
if we
10,
were-
the 10 feet?
10 feet, yeah, that's to get, 45%, so if we get 5, we can get 25, so there's a game there we have to play with, okay, how much square footage are we willing to give up versus how much fenestration can we do on this facade? We're not concerned about the right-of-way, so point to that. So this facade here is off the right-of-way as well as this, but we thought that continuing this step back all the way around really helps to break down the scale of the building to the passerby and pedestrian experience.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just to remain consistent with that.
My inkling was just thinking about this section here. Like
Just that one.
if you.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that
we're
could be
looking at-
reduced to
we're
maybe 5
tweaking.
feet, but we lose glazing percentage there
Yeah.
per code. So
we-
it's a balance there. We wanted corner glass here, or to at least consider that, even though we're very early on in the process, to leave room for that.
We did approve a fairly tall building on that corner at one point. Was it like 8 stories? It was a tiny little town.
And it was conceptual.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yes, you did.
The Waterbird, had a slender building.
I just want to offer some clarification, if this helps. You all, in fact, I encourage you, if there's a height and there are step backs that you like and you want to express that, by all means, that would be helpful. My point is that we don't have a way to make that, turn that into a certificate that he can take forward.
So negative tonight, Jim.
No, I try to be, honestly, I try to say like, so I really do, yeah, if you want to express thoughts on the height and even a dimension, by all means you can, and then you have every right to. I just don't know how to codify that to a COA. So I should try to be positive, but I'm saying.
You raise a good point. If the feedback is that 30-minute sun loss is just precious at the cost of whatever units and whatever, then you know, I might push back a little because it's, every square footage is valuable, and I think we have to make trade-offs as a city as to if we're going for height, it's hard to preserve every single thing we have today, but if the world meant that 30 minutes, it's probably a little under 30 minutes of sunlight with an additional 5 feet up top or something, I'm making this up, I mean, we go back and we craft a little more.
Well, I think Mr. Timmerman's point, especially on the Water Street side, is we care less about the step back there than we do on the mall, and anything we can gain on the mall would be beneficial.
That's right.
Yeah, well, right. We could try to do, I mean, around the Waterbird site is tough just for glazing. We have to have some, we could try to pinch that as much. As far as on the Water Street and pulling that back, I mean, you tell me, I think having that massive wall go right up the side without any step back, I think it seems like great that we'll pick up an extra 5 feet on the mall side. I think we'll be making a mistake in the long. I think to have, what I really think is we'll be coming back and we'll be talking about overall design, and we'll be talking about how do you move that back and articulate it, because you're talking about a 180-foot wall going up, and interestingly enough, the existing zoning has no step backs or setbacks. It's written to just have that massive thing, but from the first day I stood in front of you, I said, I don't think any of us want to do this huge structure. So we've been trying to work with that. And I would, again, in projects that I've done before, we're always talking about kind of additional step backs or carving up the building. So there's still an opportunity to have a conversation about that extra 5 feet up there and getting that sunlight. But it gives us the opportunity to know the envelope and then be able to work within that, other than once you pitch it, it's gone. You know, trying to take it all together, but again, pointing out over and over, we're gonna be talking for a year about all those little things that make this building better. And it's very hard for us to make it, to make a decision as to what that 5 or 7. What we really try to do is pull the building as far back to minimize that shadow and effect on sunlight, and have it pretty darn tight to, I'd say no effect, but I mean, 30 minutes of sunlight on one day of the year. I mean, remember, you're talking, that path of sun is on June 21st. It's not for 12 months of the year. So we're bound, it's a little bit of balancing act, or a lot of balance.
As an approximation, what is the time frame if Bar and the city said, okay, go, for you to get this project underway and completed?
You're coming with me to city engineering for site plan approval? What? I mean, if I gave you rough estimate, we probably have a good year and a half of what I'll call approval pre-development, with side-by-side working with you, as well as site plan approval. I will say also, sitting this morning, I think there's going to be a learning curve in everybody involved doing a building. Like, I was talking to the fire marshal today about, they just put the zoning out there. Did anybody discuss like putting out a fire in a 184-foot building? And we started talking about getting access to Main Street, and again, balancing. He's like, yeah, I know you want to save the trees, but I'm going to knock over, I got to get there. So I would say it's a good year and a half before you could even break ground. And then it's a good 2.5 years of building. So it's a good 4 or 5 years, which is when I sit with council also, I say that even if everything was perfect and we went today, we're not getting units for 4 or 5 years. So the longer we wait, the more we look back and say we should have moved a little faster, if we want housing and we want some density.
You go ahead.
Okay, I'll go. So I really appreciate the balance here of want, Charlottesville needs housing. We need affordable housing. We have zoning for a big building. So I appreciate the struggle here. I guess I just have to say from, like, my instinct says that when people see this giant building going up relative to the rest of the context, it will be like people will freak out. And it'll be hard to accept this sort of, it's a big building downtown. So that said, I think on the Water Street side, I agree. I think the height is great, but I would love to see more step backs on the mall side. So could we suggest another 25-foot step back? Would this be?
A third one?
Well, instead of, I think I'm seeing a 15-foot
Or
step
take
back
the
on the
15 and
top.
25?
Or bring the 15-foot step back down. I think if there are efforts to make this volume feel a little bit smaller, I think it would go a long way, from my perspective.
It's fine. We're gonna have to at some point accept the zoning or not, right? I mean, it's put in place for a 184-foot building. I don't think the 10 feet or next is really going to affect that holy cow effect. And what I've said to everyone in the council and everything said, well, let's just establish, if we don't want to do it, let's just say we don't want to do it. I just respond to what the zoning allows and how the economics work. So the more you take out, the economics don't work, and that's fine. I mean, we're going to have that, which is, we're going to have community meetings. We're going to talk about how to make it contextual. But right now, the city's guidance is to build this building of this height. And I will tell you from an economic, every time you lower that step back and you take out that square footage on all those floors, on higher floors, you really affect the economics. The 15 feet versus the 25 feet is because it doesn't really affect the sunlight or anything, and 15 feet is a more normal terrace depth, so 25 feet is just extra feet for something. So I hear you. I guess what I'm saying, I don't know if we should make moves just to lessen the blow, which is going to be a blow regardless of 10 feet in the air. I think we have to say as a city, if we don't want to do this, then I think we need to decide that we don't want to do this. And that's,
Go ahead.
yeah.
So you say the city guidance is to go to 184 feet. The city allowance is to go to 184 feet. Just because you can doesn't mean it necessarily works in every parcel. For example, if you were trying to develop the Grit Coffee site, you couldn't take that to 184 feet because it would be all elevator shaft. I mean, obviously, that's a stupid example, but we do have context on the mall that we do have to respond to. My struggle with this is I'm trying to compare it to what already exists on the mall. Today I was looking at comparing it to the Landmark, or the Dewberry, whatever it is. And the Dewberry feels comfortable to me. That massing doesn't bother me at all. But it is,
used to it.
Well, I'm used to it, but also just staring in front of it, it doesn't loom over the mall. It feels like it's back further. There are a couple differences. The Dewberry is skinnier than your building. It is also, that first step back happens at about 30 feet, and it goes back 40 feet. And then the tallest portion of the building, that facade is less than half of your overall building height. So what's currently seen as one of the tallest buildings downtown is perceptually going to be half of this. So I'm trying to get in my head, okay, I'm comfortable with that. Now, how much more could I accept increased massing on that to still feel comfortable on the mall? And it's a bit of a struggle. And I do think, I think your first step back at 44 feet, fine. I think you need another one probably at least the same height as, close to what the Dewberry as experience from Main Street is. I think it's about like 80 feet or so. So a couple more stories. That kind of aligns with our guidelines. Our guidelines say, actually, council gave us permission to limit the building height to, within 2 stories of the surrounding block.
That's fine, yeah.
And that's, 3 stories.
Right.
So we could limit you all the way to 5. I don't think that's appropriate.
Right.
But I think perceptually, we want to bring that perception down more of, the next step up it's got to come down, and it's got to step further back after that. I know that's taking away your massing, is making the project harder. You can keep arguing for bring it further forward, but you're going to have to work hard to prove to us that it's really not going to be imposing. And I think that's going to be a really tough sell. The renderings or the 3D models and 3D views you've given us it's kind of funny. They don't seem that bad until you realize that the building is twice as tall as the tallest part of the code building. Not twice, but almost. It's pretty close. And I mean, that's pretty massive. I think you're right that you do need some sort of step back or something on Water Street, because unfortunately, I think we messed up with the code building. The Water Street elevation that's a really bad experience. And your building's gonna be so much taller than that. So yes, I do think you're right. You need something back there that's gonna break it up. I'm glad you've acknowledged, the trees are going. I mean, even if they weren't going, when you build this, they're going, because currently they're hanging over the top of the Violet Crown. And you're gonna have to cut them up quite a bit. They'd have to disappear. So I guess we are assuming that we're just gonna replant that portion. Still need to make sure that whatever we replant can thrive. I think you have been proving that with the sunlight studies, I hope. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think you've done a really good job of trying to show that there's enough sunlight coming in. So now we are talking about perception on the mall. Let's see. I mean, again, some positives for you. I think at this end of the mall is where height is most appropriate. I mean, most certainly appropriate. And it also is, although your building is wider than the Dewberry, it's pretty narrow as far as big, tall buildings are concerned. Like if someone did this on West Main on like the Standard site, I mean, that would be awful. So at least, I remember Tim Moore, when he was on the board, would always say, like, tall buildings are okay as long as they're, the footprint is smaller, and you've kind of got that going for you, so that does help. I'm a little worried. We haven't gotten to what happens when you start figuring out what goes in this building. I'm sure you have an idea of what goes in this building, but when you start telling us what goes in the building, for example, you're going to have a parking garage. I've looked at the footprint and tried to figure out how you put a parking garage in there. I know it's not easy. Are you going to have multi-stories facing the mall of parking garage? Or what is the experience going to be like on 2nd Street? It looks like you have multiple vehicular entrances possibly, maybe from 2nd Street or Water Street, and just how does that all come together? And is that going to be a stopping point later on? Once we say, great, go ahead with this massing, are you then going to get held up by, well, the street experience is just really doesn't work. So I guess I'm a little worried about what happens when we get to that point. I babbled a lot. I think for me to feel comfortable and for me to say, yes, you're massing, I think you can just roll ahead with it. You gotta have more of a step back from, you have to lower that step back down significantly. The second one has to come down significantly, has to step back further, maybe at least another 25 feet.
Which one is that, Carl?
So the one that's at 156 feet, I'd bring that down to 6 or 7 stories, 80 feet or so.
So like half of what it is?
Yeah. And pull it back another 25, and I think that at least would help you make it feel like the tallest portion of this building really isn't part of the mall, but is more part of Water Street. Now, if you want to continue to push this, because that's what it has to be, I just think you have an uphill slope trying to make it work and make it, yeah. I'm going to shut up now. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. All good, really good points. And I would just ask you to maybe, is more of your concern the height or the massing? Or both?
I mean, it's the feeling of being on the mall and having this wall up at you. And I think the wall feels less like a wall the further back it is. Not just because, perspective-wise, but also just because it again, the Dewberry, it's big wall, it doesn't bother me. I see the front portion. That's the part that is my experience in the mall, and the rest of it's background.
Oh, and I think that
one
site, I think that site section goes a long way of making Carl's point, where, you know, the way that the scale of it is completely, yeah, I mean, just out of scale to everything else. Now, that being said, you know, is it height or massing, like in that cross-section, the full street cross-section, would the front be better if that front were somehow, you know, there's a little bit of recess on one side or a third of it? That would help it look more kind of proportionally, well, I guess proportionally, it's just a much bigger scale than the Dewberry. But it's a big front, and, you know, would that help a little bit? And I think that I agree with both of your points, both Ms. Tabanese and Mr. Schwartz's about the setback. I think we want to prioritize the setback in the front, which is one of the reasons why, part of the reason why I asked the question that I did was to allude to that, like, what is the kind of, that was more specific, which is what you responded to, you know, is there a way to kind of make that happen more without really losing any real estate? My more abstract reason for asking that is just to sort of push and pull the levers a little bit more from you to sort of like give us your intentions and your thoughts and the games that you're kind of running through in your head, and to have that to start having that conversation and to start identifying a little bit more specifically what those pressures are on every side. So that's a long discussion, but the hope was to start having that discussion. I think, you know, there was responses that you gave about the glazing and, you know, the relationship to the Water Street are good ones.
Yeah. No, it's helpful. I mean, as much as I want to preserve rails, I just don't think good design or good for the city is to take it from there. I think we would just have to bite the bullet and look at the numbers and see what we lose by pushing that further back.
Mm-hmm.
And is 25 feet a magic number for you for some, because it's too deep for, like what I'm saying is 215s are better than 125 because
215s would, I mean, it's just getting those breaks in so that it doesn't feel like you've got this giant wall that just happens.
Yeah.
And I do feel like every time you take a step back, the more it feels more like background.
Right.
I mean, even if it's not, it starts perceptually being less part of your mall experience.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm trying to avoid the cruise ship thing, which is what kind of cursed another project. But, you know.
So we started this journey where we were stepping back that piece in different depths, so it didn't look like one thing going straight on.
You may recall that from an earlier iteration. That's where we split up that front facade so it didn't look so massive from the mall side, so it looks like two buildings side by
Actually,
side.
I'm not convinced that helps. I think the lot is narrow enough that sort of a single statement, to me, actually takes up less sort of psychological mass than seeing two things there. I don't think to me, that's not the issue.
Okay.
I do have a question just to sort of follow up with something that Mr. Schwartz said, and I saw you kind of say no. What is your thought about parking? I mean, is it all going to be underground, below?
No, our goal is to have one below grade and two above grade and 2.5 above. Well, that little, okay, but let's call the lobby retail and then two above.
Above that.
And to accomplish that, we're gonna have to get relief from the active depth requirement that I'd have to go to zoning and possibly the city council. But you're right, there's no way to do a tray of parking with 30 feet of active depth pinched in on either side. The look I'm not worried about, we showed, today we showed what it looks like. It'll look like the rest of the skin. You won't, it's not like
Well, that's what I'm
Water
getting
Street
at,
is
is sort of what's the
Yeah.
character of that
Right.
40 feet that you're
Right.
presenting to the mall? It's one thing
Right.
to say it's only 40 feet, but yet if we're looking at 2 layers of parking garage.
No, and then again, that's what will be and that's not gonna be, I know that's not acceptable, it's
Right.
going to be, if, the steps for me also is removing the active depth there, because it's really not an urban concept, it's great for suburban, like with the Texas, to be wrap residential around a parking, but you can't do it on this site. And even though no parking is required, the market's demanding some parking, even if it's a half to one, just so you don't have it going other places. So when the active depth gets relieved, then we'll be talking about what that looks like, what that skin looks like, and we're pretty confident, and we have to work with transparency also, we were talking today, but we're pretty confident you won't know what's behind there, whether it's a resident or a parking. It's, in urban settings, it's, it's not like the 323 or the Water Street garage, it's not gonna look like that. But that's clearly, that's clearly what we'll work on for the next year of how that looks. But I do have to get over that step of, I can't take out 60 feet.
And is it just a sort of a feasibility thing that you can't go underground with the parking?
I can go
and
one
thereby
level.
lower the building?
Yeah, it's really expensive. You're hitting rock around 15 feet, and I don't think anyone's letting us blast it. It's not, the code building hit it, it's really difficult. And
You've got a
virtually
soil,
impossible.
you've got a soils report or,
Yeah.
yeah, and then you've got reports
Yeah.
from the code.
Yeah.
Is it pretty consistent, 15 feet?
Yeah,
What did the code building do?
they chipped it out.
How many levels did they go down?
I think they only went down one, but they still had to, because of the grade differential, I think they had to, I'm not, do you know at all?
I don't
They didn't
remember.
go down to, they just, yeah, things to certain elevations, and we might be chipping out rock too, but chipping out to get an extra 4 feet to make it work is different than going another 10 to go, or, to go another level.
Well, for my part, I actually don't have much problem with the massing as it is. I let my colleagues talk about the step backs and so forth. I also wanted to say, I did understand the sun studies, and I think they did a good job of explaining exactly how much sunlight would be there. I think that's great, in fact. But the context for me is not the whole mall in a certain sense. It's also the area where that is. It's the code building, the Omni, and soon to be an AC hotel. And this is going to be a more, if you will, modern part of the downtown of Charlottesville. And I would really like to have more residents living downtown. As we know, the housing prices are ridiculous here. And the more building we can do, the better. So in general, I'm very much in favor of the project. It'll again depend upon the design when you bring it back. But I don't really have a problem with this particular massing at all.
I'll go. I think this comment's been made before, so I'm sorry that I'm borrowing it from someone else, but I could support this height almost anywhere else in the city, but not on the mall and not on the south side of the mall. And I know that's, we don't have vacant land sitting around the mall, but I just wish there were a more appropriate site for this because, you're a decent developer. We want you to do this. We need the housing product that you could deliver. The height is just too much, only in the context of this delicate, always being challenged downtown area. I would say downtown area, like Ron has said, generally, not just the mall itself, as a brick pedestrian mall, but the entire area. And its impacts on that, which probably was started with the code building, but it's really difficult for me to imagine this. And because it is twice as high as the two highest buildings in the mall, the Tyvek Tower, as I call it, and Wells Fargo, and it's 3 times as high as Miller and Rhodes. You know, at the proposed height that you're at right now. I think you've done everything step back wise. I don't see, you know, the things that have been suggested wouldn't make me more supportive of this. It's just the sheer height. I have to be guided, you know, sort of ethically or philosophically by, you know, what do the decisions that I vote on here and the things that I support, you know, 20 years from now, am I going to feel comfortable about how they look? You know, God bless, we're around for 20 years. I hope to see something built here. And, my biggest regret, having served 2 terms on the Planning Commission and a term on this BAR before, was approving the development code that allowed the flats to be built on West Main. It completely changed irreparably that part of West Main Street. It was a mistake, and we were, you know, we didn't ask questions. We didn't get half as many wonderful renderings, 3D, like you did, like you provided us. You know, every angle. We just, you know, I think you know, it's nobody's fault. We just didn't know what it would look like, and I think that part of West Main is just such a horrible part of the city now. And the only other regret I have besides that one is not making the developer of the pavilion put more of a lawn down, which he was supposed to do. We were supposed to have a lawn that extended underneath the canopy, and that did not happen. You know, it got cut up to this little apron of nothing. So, but you know, I've got to be guided by that. So I can't support this. And I know the next questions from you would be, well, what height would you support? And I just can't, I'm not prepared to answer that question. I just know I would have to be the only no if we voted just today. And I just know you want answers, you know, you want straight talk like that. So I figured I would just put that out there. I really want to especially thank all the work that you've done for tonight, because it was easier to see it and to imagine, you know, what it would look like from every conceivable angle and the sun studies and everything. So thank you.
That wasn't going to be my question. My question was going to be, would you feel better if it was on the,
yes,
the
if we're on the other side of the mall?
lot?
Yeah.
Oh, the other side of the mall?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really? No, you bend over the Water Street parking lot, go to that.
Yeah.
The Water Street parking lot, that would feel.
Yeah.
So the north side of the mall, that would relate directly to sunlight, right?
Well, no, because it comes around the south. You're on the south side of the mall.
No, but to move it to the north side,
Oh,
like if this
yeah.
were to, so that you're speaking to more of like direct sunlight.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that. I mean, I just think
So
the
less
height.
about visual impact and more
Yeah.
about.
I just wish that,
solar
yeah, I wish you
orientation.
could use the Water Street parking lots.
Right.
I wish you could demolish the Citizens Commonwealth building on Preston. I mean, that's a really, you know, there are, I mean, while we're at it, let's get rid of Staples and develop it there. I mean, honestly, like, you know, and by this way, you know, I'll just keep going. The city owns 4 acres. The city yard is 4 acres of prime real estate in the middle of the city that does not need to be used by the city for that purpose, for parking trucks and for having small yurt warehouse buildings doing nothing. I mean, you know, it's our city government's fault as well for not being good, you know, good stewards of their own land, when land is such a, you know, a commodity, a sacred commodity in a city like this.
Right.
I mean, so completely support it anywhere else.
Right. So straight talk, and I think we're running into this is, you know, Keith Woodard years ago tried to do something on that Water Street parking lot.
You couldn't get financing.
It wasn't BAR. Don't
Yeah, it wasn't
say
BAR.
Don't say
He couldn't get financing because
No, it
of
got very expensive, but I think that's also a height. I think at some point, when you go a certain height and you're in 1A construction, you can't get enough. So these are, I mean, we're getting into these esoterical things, but what's happening is, so guys like him, like developers, they're just getting tired, they're just getting frustrated with Charlottesville. So it's easy to say what piece of property we should do it on, but they have to be available, they have to be for sale. The Commonwealth Building, I looked at, it's an owner who sits in Germany and could care less, it's on a piece of paper somewhere.
Go talk to Craig Redinger.
Yeah, so you'll, I mean, I don't know, the Staples is an old,
Yeah,
older
and-
person, so.
I mean, I
all
agree.
we
I'm
can-
sure you've looked at the other option.
Yeah.
I mean, and on the Water Street, I know it was financing because it wasn't just mixed use, commercial, residential office, whatever was in Keith's package, but it was also the fact that the programming was constrained by having to continue to host the market, you know, and now we've found a great place for the market at Ix.
Yeah.
We have 2 markets, we have too many markets now, and we never got that building done, so, yeah. And I don't think Keith has stopped developing, he just bought, you know, anyway, he's.
Well, he's more in Richmond than he is in Charlotte.
Right, yeah, I agree,
Yeah.
so,
I mean,
anyway,
that's-
but.
Yeah, it's really one of those, not just from a developer standpoint, but just from a city standpoint, are we gonna keep looking back 3 or 4 years and talking about the places we wish or we wanted to put stuff in, but we're gonna put nothing down? And if, you know, if we're historical and we are just what we are, that's fine. But a lot of the talk that I hear is we need to build housing, we need to grow, we need growth. I mean, I listened the other night, you know, the Charlottesville airport, it relies on people coming here, it relies on activity. You know, we either, you know, if you're not growing, you're dying. So
I think we've been growing for a while, so does the county, I don't think that's been the problem.
the county, not the city as much.
The city's population's grown in the last 20 years, sure, yeah.
20 years, but
Yeah.
what's the last residential development besides Dairy Market that's come on?
That's outside.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
just
not
saying.
defending what's happened in the city.
Right.
I'm just saying our population has increased. I mean, for a very small 11 square miles, whatever we are, you know, it's kind of amazing that it is. Not so much that not that so much we've needed a new elementary school or anything like that, but, you know, we can only hope, but anyway.
But we
just
should
wanna
do
say
more than
that-
hope, we should build.
I'd be interested in hearing why you think that other locations on the mall are more appropriate. I don't remember who said that than this location. I'm just curious.
I did.
Yeah.
But I mean, partly the sun and shading. I would rather see just a half a block off the mall, like the Market Street, you know, I mean, that's not a large enough parcel for you, but the Market Street parking lot, that's Keith's, or the Water Street affords a little bit more room. I'm not the developer. I just think I don't know. You don't see a 188-story building in historic downtown Charleston, you know. You don't, I mean, it's not currently in character with our historic district. You know, it could be 20 years from now. This could be one of many 184-foot buildings. But right now, it's just out of character, and that's why I just can't support it. It's just
As I said, I think it is in character with that end of the mall, considering the buildings that are currently there, and I think it would be a very helpful addition to the city. So we'll just disagree.
I sort of tend to agree with you. I don't think the location is out of where it's. I don't think it's necessarily out of context with the location. I just need more. I just have a hard time wrapping my head around the images. While I appreciate all the images that you gave, I think you mentioned that it actually doesn't look half bad in some of these, but it's hard to know, and it's hard to know. It's hard to get a sense, I guess, of it, because I think when you mentioned, Carl, the sort of just the extra size of it compared to everything else, it gave me pause, you know, and so I'm not sure if I'm looking at what it's really gonna feel like, you know. I need a lot more convincing. That, you know, the height, I don't know. I think that's something I just need. I think I need more imagery from. For me, probably one of the more important things, other than sort of maintain the character of the mall is the design quality of it, you know. I wasn't too impressed with what was going on across the street. It didn't seem at all appropriate to the mall. Just the sort of the level of design and the sort of the oeuvre that brought, you know, it didn't seem to match up. But I do agree with Mr. Bailey in that it's important to have people in the mall, and, you know, I want to see that. I don't want to, you know, put the monkey wrench in that, in those gears, because I think our downtown, you know, we see the kind of the sprawl that happens around. That's not great. The urban centers want to be, you know, more dense.
Stonefield?
Well, just everything going up 29 north.
Yeah, Mr. Timmerman brings up a good point, and, you know, Ms. Tapney was sort of talking about it earlier, people are gonna freak out. Well, what if the other happens? What if it's stunningly beautiful? You know, and,
That's the goal.
everyone says like, wow. I mean, I know there's lots of
Yeah. What if
180
retail
foot,
thrives?
180 foot buildings that are stunningly beautiful. That, you know, it's hard to talk about that at this stage. And I think, you know, we're talking a lot about like sort of almost worst case scenarios, like trying to keep it from being a problem instead of, you know,
Advocating for success.
how could it be so beautiful that everyone would love it?
I mean, I think the code building's a case in point. I think it's a really successful project. I don't even really mind it on Water Street side, because of the nature of Water Street, but I think it serves the mall in ways that are beneficial. It doesn't take away from it. I don't know how other people feel about that.
I agree. I've been unfair to you in the fact that I think I'm a little bit jaded by it. We've got other tall buildings that have been proposed, or I guess the one that's down by JPA. You know, we're looking at EFS and fiber cement going up incredibly high.
Might be going away. The EFS might be going away.
Oh, well, okay, that would be,
But
but
that's,
that's my
10, 12,
concern.
yeah.
So yes, no, if this were a really wonderfully done, you know, nice materials, everything else, that would alleviate a lot of issues. I mean, I still think it's really imposing on the mall, but maybe you guys can come up with something fantastic, and then it will be this amazing 180-foot building that makes everybody else want, you know, be okay with other 180-foot buildings around the city. I mean, that would be the best thing.
Right, well, I'm just trying to get the opportunity to try.
Yeah, but I
Because
am.
without the, right, I can't even bring you stuff in to talk about that. And, I mean, yeah, if you switch to the positive, I mean, what a win if the city could put up a beautiful residential building that reactivated all this retail and brought more safety, and something that we talked about our downtown other than August of 2017. I mean, there's so many narratives that go with it that it's more than just a building. And again, I'm just trying to get to the envelope, and then how we work on playing with that and massaging it and making sure it's not hulking is all of our work.
Can I interrupt, just a minute? I feel bad. We have one more work session. In hindsight, well, hindsight's always, and don't go, but because this is a very valuable discussion, but I really should have rearranged the agenda and had 300 Ridge first. But there are some really important questions that I would like to ask, if you don't mind bumping over, and just so we can have a conversation about Ridge Street before everybody gets fried. I don't mean to be inappropriate and interrupting you all, but I just am looking at the clock and trying to, because if we could just knock that out before you all, I know when you all start getting into your, we want to go home, and I'd like to give some constructive
We've
input.
had no break.
Okay.
And then I did want to say to Ms. Tavaney's point, anecdote I know is not fact, but over the last, the 8 years or almost 8 years, going on 8 years that I've been at this job, the biggest complaint, and Sherry's right, is that canyon on the west side of the bridge, and it's a function of length. It's that length without break. Now, I will say personally, I absolutely agree with what you said about the height. So I'm not saying, oh, height is fine, but it really is that, it's that long length that's not broken up that I think is where we've failed. And I think that where we can achieve height, if anything I've learned from these folks and Tim Moore and others is, we can do, you can do things with good design. But I think the biggest problem on West Main is those building lengths, those 400-foot lengths of unbroken facade. And
Which is not a problem here.
That's right. Don't
It's
have
also, it's also substituting a really, street full of character with a lot of not character.
So would you
Never
all,
been a street.
I mean,
It's also
There's
really
nothing in the
round.
commercial.
Yes, it is.
do you want to,
Yes.
or would you like, you want to take it quick? I don't think it's going to be a lengthy conversation about Ridge Street. And then if you want to then
Let's pause and then.
pause, because there are some procedural issues of, how, again, not saying how you say yes or no, but there's been a lot of back and forth here. And I think it would be very helpful to have an understanding of what, like when someone says, what, they're coming back again for their third discussion or fourth discussion. I don't mind it, but I don't want to overstep my boundaries either, so. Do you mind taking a 5-10 minute break to talk about Ridge Street?
No, let's talk about
Let's
Ridge
talk
Street.
about Ridge
As long
Street.
as, are you okay with that? Pause?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, we'll pause the button on yours.
Yeah, Joel came down because Milwaukee was cold.
Yeah, must be the first 17 years.
Going to the pool tomorrow, right? I didn't mean for you to go.
No, we're just
Yeah,
gonna
all right.
Up next.
So this is a true pre-app conversation. It's conceptual at this point. The property's at 300 Ridge Street. It's at the corner of Monticello Ave there. I always thought of it, the floor shop. I'm not sure what it is now. It is built in 1995. However, it was, the city went, and I think I said it in the report, a lot of places it designated everything contributing, and the primary concern being that buildings just didn't get knocked down, we had vacant lots. But the request, and Craig Jackson's been doing some of the design work on, is to do an addition on the backside, downhill side of this 1995 structure. Similar circumstances to what we had at 745 Park Street. As an addition, the guidelines would say be subordinate to the existing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, look like an addition. You also have the historic district around it, and found some things, there's even in the guidelines where it talks about districts where there aren't a whole lot of contributing structures around. This is an example of that. I just wanted to let Greg and the applicant sort of talk a little bit about what they're thinking, and you all give some feedback. But I think it would be helpful here to me, this is not where we're worried about how this addition imposes over the existing building. You may disagree with me, but I thought we could offer some thoughts on materiality. Maybe there's some things, you've got kind of a commercial strip over there, so maybe some of that 1950s, 60s architecture guides some of this, but I just wanted to give the opportunity to have that discussion. Again, pre-application discussion, no decision's gonna be taken. It's really an opportunity to have a conversation and maybe express, if the applicant has any questions, they can ask you, and we help them work towards an application that's successful. So, and I'm sorry I haven't called you back. It has been madness
That's okay.
since
That's okay. Thank
so.
you. I'm Carla Shiflett, and I'm currently under contract for this building. And, as Jeff said, we're in the feasibility period right now, and I'm just here to try to seek input from you all about what might be doable there. I have been in business for 19 years. I'm actually a tenant of Jeff's, who is just up here. And I own a Pilates and physical therapy business. And we've been downtown. I'm hoping to stay downtown for my clientele base. This building came up, and I've been eyeing it for some time, and I finally just went for it. And I'm trying to see what I can do, if I can make it happen. And so I've been working with Greg Jackson to look at the addition to the building. There's a couple of sketches. These are very rough sketches. It's very initial, but I'm on a timeline financially. So I wanted to go ahead and come before you to see what I could do to get this maybe rolling, and to get your input on whether this was even something that was doable. Like I said, I've been working with Greg Jackson, and there's a couple of sketches. This one's probably going to be outside of my price range. There's another one that we were looking at. Is that other one here? Do you know? Is there another one?
Yeah, without the tower.
Yes, without the
Yeah.
tower. Oh, there it is, yes. And so those are kind of two different ideas. I believe that I could make this one happen. Obviously, I want your input to see what we would need to do to make something like this happen. I need that addition in order to meet the needs of my business. We've kind of been growing, obviously added on physical therapy, and so I need the additional space for those purposes.
I'm here just to say these are very rough, quick preliminary sketches, okay, Carl? They were really kind of just expressing
deserve
kind
that.
of
I
like the idea. Yeah, and so we haven't even really worked through the plan yet. So there's, I keep telling Carl, like, there's so much more before, but it's just kind of a visualization of like the general concept, of an addition down there. The previous one was from an idea of having a roof deck and being able to get to that and see out and all that. But I think a lot of the lines are off for me. This one's a little cleaner. And this one also, we add to the existing building some windows to add some light to the below space that would be utilized. The addition for her needs, for Carla's needs, are higher spaces, floor to ceiling. So it's trying to do that as well by going higher in the ceiling with the main floor staying the same and going up. And then with the grade, with the grade going down, we take advantage of maybe going down on the floor of the second one. So it is doing some things already before we've even figured out the plan. And the idea that there's probably going to be a main stair somewhere around there central to the building. And so we take advantage of that to do the classic addition, change up with the glass and then back to another solid form.
Thank you. Questions? Or do we need to go through questions since this is a preliminary, or we just go right into it? Let's just go right into it then, given the time.
I've got a quick question. Talk a little bit about materiality.
Again, that's all sketchy, but, I think what we've drawn is probably something like a cement type panel system. I think it's open, really. It's a brick building now. It's an odd building to kind of work with. I can't quite put my, it's like this residential commercial thing or something with this. Yeah, so it's not that, it's interesting to try to work with that. But something like that, glass, metal, cement type of panels, not wood. And that roof right now is showing kind of a slight shed roof facing south, but that could be flat. That maybe in the future we could have that first sketch possibility to go on up and get on the roof or something like that, to maybe design it, configure it in a way that there could be phased over a decade.
Is it a complete hip roof? It looks like it is.
Yeah, and this second one, we just left the hip because there was a concern about.
Oh, in the draw, okay, I meant existing, yeah.
Yeah, the existing is like that. In
Yeah.
the first sketch, we kind of cut it off to put that tower in a little more believable. We're just bringing in a gable to that tower element. So.
How many square feet in the existing, and how many proposed for the addition?
Do you know the square footage? I think it's called out as 1,000, and I think for per floor. Yeah.
1,000 per floor, and then with addition, do you remember it was a 20 by 20 or 25 by 20?
Yeah. So another 1,000 or so.
So basically, you're asking, would we be open to approving an addition, right? That's your main question?
Yeah, just to get input, you know, what's
Yeah.
your take on something like this, you know, is it the right place, you know, it seems like the right location,
Yeah.
there's a primary parking lot above, and, you know, someone could argue maybe we take over the above one and obscure that existing building or something, or, you know, there was conversations about taking the roof off and going up like a previous, your residential project earlier. The structural engineer, when you met, didn't think that would be feasible for some reason.
Price would just be kind of exorbitant when we get into that, because the way the trusses are and the roof of that building. Initially, that's what I wanted to do. I need about 1,000 more square feet for my use. So initially, I thought about going up so that I could keep the parking spaces. But after I had the engineer come over and look at it, it became clear that that would just knock me out of being able to do anything in this location. And so then we started talking about adding on to the back and what that could look like.
In the latest sketch, budget-wise, you don't interfere too much with the existing roof, and you can just kind of slip in under it and go up after that. And, you know, that footprint, even a previous one we had, when I first came on, the addition was coming out above the parking that was down below, and there was parking under it, and we were figuring out how to structure that. And we thought maybe let's just go ahead and not, you know, worry about those 4 spots, and, you know, just go to grade so we can go up and not do, you know. So it's a little bit of exercise in what budget it's going to allow to be able to make this project possible as well.
And I personally, I'm a local, I grew up, I was born here, raised here. I kind of like that it's an existing building that was, you know, built by someone. He built it, had his florist there forever. He's selling it to me. There's something about that feels good to me. And so just kind of adding on to that and making it nicer and usable and adding on a little bit of modern feel to it. I don't know, there's something about that I really love. And again, I'd like to stay downtown if I can.
No, I'm gonna feel bad, because I was gonna say my first option would be to tear it down.
Yeah.
But that's more because of the location of it, and I'd love to see a prominent building there on Ridge, and then kind of use up that parking, kind of like what you were saying, occupy it and create a real street edge. But I love that story. I mean, that's wonderful to hear that you have a connection with the previous owner, and that there's that, and I appreciate the hand sketches. I'm glad to know there's at least one other person that still does hand sketches.
It's not as slick, but, you know, I taught University of Kentucky, and I used to get on those guys. I was like, you gotta be able to draw a little bit, you know. We're in the very beginning of like design ideas, and there's no hand drawing.
Yeah. I think what ended up being your feasible approach seems really very compatible. Seems totally appropriate. I think it sounds like it serves your needs. So
We also, to your point, we joked about, like, in the future, this will be not like this, you know, but it's going to be something that lot will be maxed to the edges, and you know, in the future, but this is kind
and
of.
these folks get their hands on it.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to go up 184 feet.
It's a small,
know.
it's a
It might be
small lot,
appropriate
though. I
right
mean,
here.
It's a small footprint.
No, I think this is a really good strategy. It
Yeah.
seems to make sense from a feasibility standpoint, and there's already, you know, modern-ish construction going on across the street and down the street. I think this would fit in just nicely. And, you know, why not keep the building, again, from a sustainability standpoint?
It's an activity space. This is sort of continuing that, you know, things are continuing to move south. I remember when we moved here in '96, you didn't cross the mall in the middle of the mall, and so this activity space being added there is great. So what I'm hearing is the existing's not sacrosanct, although you're not looking to change it, and design-wise, nothing's jumping out. I think this is right. Go design something and bring it back.
I wanted to make a comment, Jeff.
Yeah.
before-
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I had comments too.
I live around the corner from this project, or from this building, and I've never been into Don's Florist, but I've always wondered which way I would go into it if I were to go into the florist. And I think my comment just I want to say that the entry, I think, will be important. I think I'm seeing like numerous possible kind of main entry points into the space, and I think creating a prominent, clear entry would be important on this corner.
Yeah, if you could go back a couple sketches, I just realized I think I left the dormer out, maybe. Yeah, that right there, go back, and you can go back to seeing the actual building, because, and that's what we've been talking about, this little, front entrance thing is so odd, no one's ever gonna use it really, and you effectively come in from the parking lot side right there and go where that awning is, 'cause that's just the way it enters, but that is a challenge, how to.
I mean, I think the way I see my business, I have, it's one business, but we have two different types of business within that business, right? We have Pilates, which is small group, so we have up to 6 people at a time in those classes. And then we have the physical therapy aspect. And so it's really gonna, I think, depend on when we haven't started drawing inside of this building yet, exactly the way we wanna lay it out. But one of my thoughts was to have people who were there for physical therapy to enter from this front entrance here, and people who are just running in for their Pilates class, who are, we're not worried about, accessibility and all of that. They can run up the steps and run into their Pilates class. So that's one of the things I was thinking. But it's really gonna, I think, all show itself once we start looking at the design and where the entrances are. But yeah, obviously we need to make that very clear.
Sure. Well, it's nice that your program kind of reflects the kind of quirkiness of the building, so you can make use of that, so.
Anybody else?
Staff had asked us if there were any buildings around it that we would counsel you to take cues from, and I would say no, because there's so much of a mishmash around it. So I think that's almost like tabula rasa. It's kind of lovely that, we don't want this to look like the Salvation Army or the Nolan Building or the Bridge Street, the two, beautiful old Victorian, houses on Ridge Street. It would just be not right, I think, all around. I thought your addition kind of looks like Burnett Commons around the corner. It just kind of felt like that, but anyway, yeah, I think it's a great, I'm just glad that there can be commercial activity in this building, now that owner has decided to end Don's Flowers, where I've ordered flowers from before, so.
Don still exists.
Yeah.
He sold the business.
Yeah.
He just needs to, they moved, and so he wants to sell the building.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I would think any context, maybe the new Salvation Army, perhaps, if we, can just look at it,
Yeah.
notice it, and know that they would
Yeah.
be together across the street from each other.
And by design, it's a really beautiful building, so.
And you're working with Ben Covey on all the
Zoning
site
and-
development stuff
yeah.
issues, all right? We chatted with him briefly and there weren't any,
The entrances and the awning and that kind of stuff.
there's solvable problems, but you gotta make sure you stay in the loop. And this is just the whole, the ordinance,
Ben will talk about it. He's great.
the new ordinance and its constraints, just making sure we account for those things, but you're in touch with him, so. Any questions you have?
Thanks. Of course,
No, I mean, this is not the COA, or even owned at this point, but, I think this is part of the whole exploratory and part of having a contract and exploring, just to make sure that wasn't, part of the watching for the red flags type thing. Sounds like there's a path.
Yeah, for me, I'm just wondering if there's anything in particular that you all would want me to look at or make sure I check. Like I said, timing is gonna be of essence to me for this project, and so I'm just trying to get ahead of the game with all of that. So anything that I need to know is most helpful.
If you need to get this approved, you would need to apply, if you wanted to before you, well, I assume you're under a study period. If you needed a definite answer, you'd have to apply pretty quickly for us to look at it for the next meeting. I don't know how much time you have, but I don't know. I think you could take it from, none of us are necessarily leaving, hopefully, that creeks don't rise and so.
That's the meeting and submittal deadline for the rest of the year.
Okay,
That
thank
helps.
you.
But, yeah, but I mean, sounded like she needs, to compress her schedule and get it's moving along.
Yeah, I don't see any red flags here.
I don't either, though, just one warning, some of my colleagues really hate EFS.
Yeah.
And some of us like it more than 5%.
That's true. I think, for me, it's the massing, the way this comes together and the kind of clear composition. I think one of the weirder things about that existing building is just those big windows. They always seem kind of like out of scale, so I don't know if I necessarily see that as something that needs to be, tied in as a matter of consistency, but then again, I don't know. I could see this design with the new addition being something, of that scale and that massing, just something totally different too. So just wanted to throw that out there.
I think the pediments kind of throws me off, but if you got rid of the pediment and looked at your addition and the existing building with that sloped tip roof, I could almost see something like Japanese, or I don't know, with those big windows somehow. I don't know, maybe it's late, I'm hallucinating.
Well, the windows are a way to sort of tie it together. I mean,
They are, yeah, and he has.
Yeah, and I thought
already
Yeah.
suggested that.
That rhythm, yeah.
I thought about breaking them up a little bit because the existing building, it is like that. There's huge 5x5 pieces of glass.
Great
With
glass.
there could be more articulation in the other windows, although the general size relates, but then it gets more articulate and there's perhaps operable, ability as well that helps justify that.
Take them out, use them on the back side of the new, and put in different windows.
Yeah. And we would be adding new windows if according to the sketch, just to get down and below.
Right.
And there's other sides to this as well, when it goes for COA.
Seems like an exciting project.
It's fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, thanks.
Carly, you want to support my project?
Did she say no?
Thank you. I just needed some help here. What do you think about steps?
So my thought here, if you don't mind, and you say take 10, 15 minutes and that's it, hit the clock, but where, I guess to reiterate a little bit of what happened with the conversation this morning and the development review, and then, the fire department noted that, how they have to access, so there's still a lot of questions that have to be answered. But the one that maybe sort of illustrates best the conundrum we're in is that zoning doesn't evaluate something until it comes in for a building permit, for that final determination. And when you used to review things in two-dimension, that was simple, had setbacks, your building goes here, et cetera, et cetera. We now have a three-dimensional ordinance. So, for example, you all might go for a fenestration of certain style, certain manner, and then it comes in and we find, it's not 80% or 70% or whatever that requirement is. So there's some back and forth that's necessary with this new ordinance. So it's almost necessary even without the BAR involved. But so that iterative process where, and some of you remember, well, Carl remembers, used to have incremental approvals. I was told we can't do that. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. That's the piece Jeff and I are working on outside of here. But where I think I'd like to establish some ground rules with Jeff is when, as we're going back and forth with this, like tonight was very constructive, is bringing things to you sort of for discussions like this. Am I being too generous with your time? Am I being too generous with my time? What kind, how can we move forward and have conversations with this applicant without just having endless
Yeah.
preliminary discussions. And so.
Can we hire an attorney who says we can do a partial COA?
I guess I'd say we're evaluating what we can do. I can't answer that question, Jeff can't answer that question, but we can still provide, solid, meaningful input that when he gets to where he is asking you to review something. Now, one of the challenges that I have, and I share, said to Jeff, is in order to move forward with a formal review, we need a demolition COA. I feel like I can't accept an application for a new building concurrent with a request for demolition. Now, I'll let the powers that be instruct me, but for example, were I to accept an application for demolition and a new building and bring it to you, and you say, no, I won't approve the demolition, what do I do with that thing that's on the agenda next, which is a new building COA?
And we've done that before in the past. You just don't do that item.
Right.
But we've definitely done that before. We've done a demolition request and a new construction request at the same
All right,
time.
let me go back and look at that, because that's sort of, Kate and I talked about, everything.
I'll pull it from the, because if I don't get the demo COA, I'm just.
So, that's very helpful to hear, and because it comes through me. I'm the funnel that decides what comes to you all, and that's why I say I want to be really, really cognizant of your time and talents, and I very much want Jeff to bring something formal that we can start responding to, but I don't want to be out of order. So, just parting ways tonight, anything that you guys, let's put it on the table. You got questions, ask them, but let's not, get into minutia and what ifs. What can we leave tonight with that helps move forward, in your opinion?
We almost need like a spreadsheet or a matrix or something of like how much each of us wants to chop away at this 184-foot mass or 100, whatever it is. Just so you know kind of average what volume you're most safe with and which you're least with. I mean, obviously we got Sherry who says this isn't going to fly. And I think the rest of us have some sort of...
And no chopping from...
Yes. And then there's some variation in between that.
So, Ms. Lewis said something about a straw poll. What would be really helpful to me is if I brought in the same exact building, but I lowered the 156 to 85, 90 feet, and it went back 25 feet. Does everyone vote that massing's okay? Or who doesn't or who doesn't? Right, Sherry, we don't, I mean.
I think I put in my head that would be, that would do it for me.
That would be enough for me too, because I'm already.
Me too.
That's all,
Can I ask?
I'm a little on the fence just because, again, I'm.
That's okay, Bob will work, Penny will work on you.
Yeah.
I'm bringing him onto the team anyway, because he's really helpful in that.
I still have some concerns about the feel of being the pedestrian down there.
Yep.
On the mall, and all the drawings and stuff are not making me feel totally comfortable with that. And I don't know what would, but that is the main concern that I have. I think you've addressed the light and a lot of the other issues, but it's how I would feel being down there on that end of the mall.
Do you all have the capacity to make an animation, like a pedestrian level animation?
Yep,
Maybe
we were just
taking
talking
this-
in the hall that if I get this envelope locked in, I really suggest we have work sessions where we can sit in front, because we can move that building, we can add stuff. It's, what we're working on now is these things that are just, again, like very envelope, and as Carl was saying, that, depending on how this looks, can make this feel completely different. And I was like, and I think we're gonna need it. I think it's too important of a building and a site to not, we can't just keep bringing you like iterations every 30 days and going, well, do you like this, do you like, because we almost wanna change the coloration, the materials. I mean, technology is so amazing. We can walk anywhere and anything, and we're gonna need it. Because it's been difficult, but it's the easier stuff, because we're not even down to like a material, like the retail, you're talking about stuff that's important to me as well. I mean, you gotta have that retail experience, I have to have people wanna come here and live, I mean, so there's all the stuff that goes together. We might differ on what it looks like, but that's what we do over the next year. I think I have what Jeff, I don't think we know how anyone can vote on it, but what I'm hearing is that box seems satisfactory as far as height and step backs to generally address those bigger issues, and at least I can go to step 2.
And then what I have been saying to Jeff is that I have not heard overwhelmingly no to height. The BAR will entertain height. So.
Would anybody reject this due to the height?
Well, it seems like
Just
Sherry
would.
Sure would.
Would anybody else?
And I think James, you know, I can't
Oh, that's
speak
right.
for him, but James is very concerned about the impact on the mall and as a historic district.
That
But-
reminds me, I probably should just read his comments if I may.
If it would
you know.
help.
So this is from James, Mr. Zemer, and let's see, what he says is, his first point is on page 163 of the PDF. He says, I appreciate them lowering the mall facade. I think we all do. The second point is, I appreciate all the attention given to the sun study, as the mall trees are important. However, I think the overall emphasis on proving that the sun will still shine on the mall is missing the main point that the proposed building is still very large and not the human scale. Contextually, it is not in keeping with the downtown mall. So I think there's an issue of height, but then also an issue of scale.
Character.
Certainly, yeah, I think what we brought up tonight is an issue of character and sort of level of design. And then I specifically had a hard time sort of, while I appreciated all the renderings, I had a hard time sort of understanding that.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I was quite seeing what I was seeing, you know? That's my biggest issue. So I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around, you know, what it is we're looking at.
Again, I think with technology, we'll be able to stand in different places, see different materials, see how transparency makes a difference, and have a discussion about all of that. I mean, maybe another step back down is acceptable. Maybe this, but I mean, we're so early. We're trying to just, again, I can preserve something to understand, to work through that, and so I mean. Well, I was sitting with Bob today, actually. He was telling, he's got this new cool thing where, you know, he can layer in all the existing conditions and then put the proposed, and you can look out the window and look in the thing, and it's really, and that's what I would suggest, like we sit kind of, point cloud, and just, that's how you kind of get the comfort. Why you smile? You don't.
No, Bob's got too many toys. I'm jealous.
He does have a lot of toys. He does, and he loves to use. But it was helpful because we were making the point that a lot of times people talk about what you're going to see and you're looking at a rendering, and now you can actually see it. And again, I don't think we're going to be able to do it in a hearing on a random Tuesday night or something. But I think we're going to get there with all that.
Yeah.
It's just down the road a little bit.
And I think that as we talk about it, you know, we would feel good if, when it gets done and it becomes a wonderful building. I've gone to Chicago, and you can see Chicago has done a great job somehow with architecture. It feels good. It's a lot of big buildings, but somehow it really feels like something, and it would be great to have on the mall, if we have to get something this big, that it be shall we say, an architectural gem.
Right,
No pressure.
No pressure.
right. In Ephes, of course. No, look, it's really, it's not easy. I mean, we're all trailblazing. We're talking this, I mean, this is really new, really novel, really scary. I mean, it's going to be a lot. And I keep coming back to, if it's what we want as a city, then we just kind of have to push through it and just keep going. And I'll take the responsibility of doing it the best we can, so. I'll see you in February with something a little more formal, I hope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Unless anyone has anything.
Thank you.
Thank
Jeff,
you.
thanks. Joel, happy flight. And I'll just say to you all, I mean, you are my advisory body. I don't have, you know, there isn't a crew in City Hall that, I mean, certainly people I can get advice from, but you're technically my advisory body, and even by ordinance, you know, you have an advisory role to City Council. So I just, there's an opportunity here, but I just want to be really cognizant of your time. Last question, I want to have a meeting to discuss just some nuts and bolts stuff about staff reports. I mean, I've been doing the way Mary Joy did them. I've adapted them a little bit, but maybe they're not as helpful as I think they are. How we disseminate information, how we communicate. I really could use some input on, you know, I don't know, setting up an agenda with 12 items. And just sort of the business of the BAR. We also have bylaws and for example, some of the things in there, Kate and I have been talking with our boss about, like, we don't have criteria for what someone needs to submit for a pre-application conference. Maybe we should establish that. Here are at least the minimum requirements, and not just, hey, I want to come in and float an idea past you. So there's some things that we've been winging it on. It would be helpful if we said, here is how we do it.
I mean, I think the signs.
Yeah, so the question is,
They're a big thing that could be coming a lot more of
Yeah.
because of how the new ordinance is.
and we can circulate an email on this. Would you rather, like we did in October, had a meeting in between the BAR meetings? Would you rather we meet an hour before? Give it some thought, but I do think we need an hour of your time to kind of just help us do our jobs better. And in that regard, that means in how we work with you all. So, was there anything else on the agenda that was important?
Questions?
We need a landscape architect. Well, you mentioned that.
Need to find a landscape architect, yeah. And, we didn't get our big grant.
Yeah, we didn't
It's a
get our
bummer.
grant.
But, and then, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right.
Aye.
Everyone approved? Say aye.
Sir?
Have you heard anything about the dewberry thing that was happening?
So I made a conscious decision to ask anyone.
Lingo down.
And only respond
I gotta get
if
the
the
lingo
city
down.
manager
and the
calls
vote
me to his office, then I'll.
individually and then to do a corrected motion.
I didn't do it. You did. I did.